Barry? Barry, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
What happened was I changed the meeting from a webinar to a Zoom with required registration. Somehow Haikil turned it into a regular webinar when it should be a Zoom with required registration.
Got it.
Okay.
I just created this link. I'm going to send it out. I'm going to just check and see who registered.
Okay. But do you, Annette just called. I think are we the only ones in the meeting?
Right now we are. I'm trying to decide. I just did this like 2 minutes ago.
Oh. So what did you do?
I created this meeting.
Okay, well, I just edited. What did I edited the meeting instead of saying required for a webinar, I just said Zoom required registration and it popped up. Okay.
Yeah. All right. I'm gonna try to shit. There doesn't seem to be a way to get all of these at the same time. Anyway, yeah, I'm gonna start emailing people this link.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, because this
Oh,
is
there's
not,
Liz.
yeah, this is not what we sent out earlier.
Oh, so you sent it to Liz.
I sent it to Liz and Signe, yeah.
Oh, okay, okay. So is there anything you need me to do before I leave to expedite the meeting?
Yeah, if you can send this out to everybody that got the original housing email, send this new link out.
Okay, okay.
All right. Okay. Thanks, Yutha.
Have a great meeting. Bye, Liz.
Bye, Yutha. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Barry, there's something going on in the atmosphere. Nothing is working right.
Jesus. I have a really bad Wi-Fi connection. Can you guys hear me?
I can hear you, yeah.
Okay. I'm going to send this link to folks that I have been communicating with.
Okay, I'm getting everybody from who's tried to sign into the webinar.
Signe, what do you need from me?
If you can notify anyone that you think really wanted to be on the meeting, I'll put it on the Concerned Citizens group right now.
Make sure that Muzzy and the guests get it.
I'll send.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing with the.
I've
got 2 emails already open for them.
To 270.
Yeah.
Okay. God, really sucks. I feel like this happened once before with this same project. Oh, nope, nope, did not want to do that. Copy link. Sent.
Okay,
All right, I put one on the Concerned Citizens group. I sent to both email chains from Miguel and Donald. Ooh, let me see if there's any texts.
Okay, we're here. Hello.
Hey, oh my gosh, hi. We're frantically trying to answer texts and emails that are coming flying through, and we've got this new link now. Yes, okay.
It's working. Hello.
This. Hi.
Hi.
Hey everyone, let me just make sure that Muzzy and Nicole can get on and we'll
Yep,
be right
yep,
back,
yep.
okay? Thanks.
Something's in the air today. Barry, were you able to send it out to the big email you did?
I sent it out to the 50 people who registered. I'm gonna send it out to the big email now.
Okay. Crap.
Revoke always willing to fight infections, including TB, serious infections and blood clots, some fatal, cancers including lymphoma and skin cancer, death, heart attack, stroke, and tears in the stomach or intestines occurred. People 50 and older with at least one heart disease risk factor have higher risks. Don't take it allergic to Rinvoq as serious reactions can occur. Tell your doctor if you are or may become pregnant. What do you
Hi, everyone who's joining us. Just give us a couple seconds. We had a bit of Zoom issue. We have a new link that we're now sending out to a lot of people that we're expecting to come to this meeting. Thank you. Something's in the air today. I probably just started making a scary noise. Evening, everyone who's joining us. Just some Zoom issues tonight, so bear with us. We're letting a few folks get on that might have not got the new link yet. And I have a bit of questionable Wi-Fi here, so if I break up, I apologize. I'm going to allow the share screen now. And Christina, you should be able to share your screen now. However, we're going to have to do a little bit of business beforehand. So just to open the meeting officially. So let's see how many community board members we have here.
Recording in progress.
We have Liz, we have me, we have Barry. We have Ilana.
Yeah.
Who else do we have here? I think that's it. But I think that's quorum, right, Barry? Because I think that's quorum because we only have like 5 or 6 of us now.
Yes, that's one.
Okay. So at this point, let's see, it is, okay, my full screen, I have to get out. It is 3:48. Our apologies, everyone. We'll probably have more people coming in as we go along here because the new link that we had to create, we know there's a lot of people that want to get in. So our apologies. It happens. Zoom is Zoom. And I want to call this meeting to order at 3:49. Can I get someone to confirm that? Sorry, 6:49. I'm on the West Coast, guys. My apologies. Anyone want to call this meeting to order or second it?
Yep.
Because I've called it.
You can call it.
Okay, it's in order. Okay. Let's see. Let me just put really quickly on the screen the agenda. Give me 2 seconds, guys. I'm going to kick you off for 1 second, Christina. Okay, sorry. We're going to get to the presentations in just 1 second. I just want to show the agenda. And let me know when you can see it.
We can see it.
Okay, great. So welcome. This is the Community Board 9 Housing, Land Use and Zoning meeting for Tuesday, June 13th. We have a robust schedule and we are a little bit late. We apologize, Zoom issues. We have called to order. I would like to adopt the agenda with any changes. And Jose, I know you mentioned the carbon neutrality. Barry, it sounds like we're expected to have a vote on that tonight, so we need to add that in.
Yes, as under action items.
Okay. Neutrality. Okay. That said, is there any additions, friendly amendments to the agenda before we get started? Anything that we should write in here under new or old business? We have the action items here. We have 2 presentations, so it's a busy night. Anything? Going once, going twice. I would like to call for an adopting of the agenda. I would like to call for that.
I move that we adopt the agenda as amended.
Liz seconds.
Excellent. Do we have anyone who's willing to help us take minutes tonight? It simply is a matter of taking this agenda and saying what we talked about. You don't have to go into detail. We just need to know for the record who presented and any light new and old business information, and then just write down what the votes are on our action items and how the finishing vote is. That's really the most important things, right, Barry? I think I said that
That's
right.
correct. Also, we need to vote on the agenda.
Thank you. Well, if the agenda has no more, then a call to vote on the agenda. And all in favor, say yay.
Yay.
Yes.
All not in favor, say nay. Very good. Clayton Sanford says he can help us with the minutes. Clayton, you are our best friend tonight. We appreciate it. So Clayton, again, just you don't have to go into too much detail because we are recording this, but most importantly, we definitely need to know what the vote was on our action items. If you give me 1 second, I'm getting a couple more emails and texts in. I just want to make sure I cover that.
New members stepping up.
I don't think we have, yes, new members stepping up. Okay, very good. So I don't believe, anybody remember what happened with the minutes last month? Guys, I'm a little off my game tonight. I apologize. I'm traveling and family things and stuff is taking
Let's get
priority,
into
but
let's get into the presentations, and if whoever prepared the minutes, if
good.
you want to flag that in the chat, we can return to the
Yeah.
adoption of the minutes after.
I'll try and remember. I'll try and take a look. So with that said, we aren't going to go through and introduce everyone, but I do just want everyone to know the committee members that are on, and then we'll get into our presentations and our guests can introduce themselves. I am Signe Mortensen. I am the co-chair of Housing, Land Use and Zoning in the neighborhood about 15 years. I've been on this committee about 7 or 8, I want to say. Thank you all for coming tonight. We apologize for the lateness. Liz, you want to go next?
Hi, everyone. Liz Whiteakis. I am co-chair with the amazing Signe. I've been officially on the community board probably just a few years, but I've been participating since 2010. I've lived in the neighborhood pushing on 20 years now, and glad to see so many people on for tonight's meeting.
Barry?
Sorry, I'm running double duty with tech support and as a
No
member.
worries. We can introduce you if you want.
No, I got it. My name is Barry Weinberg. I've lived in the community 15 years, been on the board 10. Been a member of this committee 7 or 8, like Signe. And I am wrapping up my term as chair of the full community board.
But not going anywhere.
Excellent. Yeah, right. You want to?
I'm sorry, did the meeting just start?
Hello?
Yeah, hi, this is
The
Rachel.
meeting has just started, everyone.
Okay, yeah, audio dropped off, Sydney. That's why. It's this Monique.
Oh, hi, Monique. Okay, so I'm Rachel
Uh,
Feldman. I live in the area. I'm at 380 Riverside Drive. So a bunch of my neighbors want to be on this call. So I'm just going to quickly
Yeah.
email everyone now and
Please do.
okay.
Please
all
do.
right, bear
Yes,
with me.
thank you.
Hold on.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep, please do. And if anybody here is expecting to see someone, please send them the new link. Again, we're doing committee introductions at the moment, and then we'll get into our presentations. Toot sweet. Ilana, please introduce yourself as a committee member.
Hi, Alana Mercado. I'm a member of this committee and the housing, the Arts and Culture Committee as well. I've been on the board since 2017, and I'm originally from the Bronx, but I've been living here since, I can't remember, 2006. Thank you.
Excellent. Is Jose, let's see, no, who am I looking for?
Juan.
Do we have any, Juan? And then, and that's looking for, and then Juan. We have Jose. Annette or Juan, are you on? I'll send them both personal emails in a second. Okay, so that said, thank you again. We do want to pass it over to our presentations. The first of which, as you can see, we have the WHGC and Donald Notice and his team to give us a quick update on the NYCHA conversion, and then we'll be going up with BRC. Thank you, Donald and team, for joining us.
Okay, it's an I.
And I'll take my screen off.
Okay, thank you. And I guess, Christina, you can share the screen now. Okay, well, thank you, everybody. Thanks to Liz and Barry and all of the community board members for giving us this opportunity to present the Manhattanville PAC project. We're gonna first go through a brief introductions of our development team and including the property management for the site. And then with Catherine Gray, who's part of Gilbane, will do a scope of work. Christina Heath on the West Harlem staff will talk about tenant engagement. And then Veronica Nieves, the TA president, I believe she's on the call. She's gonna talk to the board about the tenant engagement stuff. And then we'll go back to Catherine. She'll wrap it up with the timeline on the project. So first, I'll talk a little bit about West Harlem, who's West Harlem Group Assistance, who's part of the development team. West Harlem Group Assistance has over 50 years of experience in the West and Central Harlem community. We've been developing affordable housing since the 1980s, and we continue to develop it. We have done about 18 units of affordable housing. We worked on 2 NYCHA projects. We're working right now in construction on Harlem River, and we did an early NYCHA site, Randolph Houses, which we finished about 6 years ago, phase 1 and phase 2. Right now, West Harlem, as one of the older not-for-profit affordable housing companies in the community, we're getting ready to do renovation in 30 of our buildings, spanning from Community Boards 9 and Community Boards 10. We have 3 buildings closing in July next month. That's right here, right around the corner from my office. And we have 27 buildings closing by September, October of 2023. And we continue to preserve affordable housing in the community. We've had in, construction, we just renovated $6 million on the old Sydenham Hospital, Manny Wilson Towers, and we continue to preserve our aging housing stock. Next, I'll turn it over to Catherine Gray, and she can talk a little bit about Gilbane Development Company.
Hi, my name is Catherine Gray. I'm a development director with Gilbane Development Company. Thank you for inviting us here tonight. Gilbane is a family-owned business. It was started by 2 brothers carpenters who were in Providence, Rhode Island in 1870. Today, it's a large national company that's both a building company and a development company. The development portion began in 1970 with a large urban renewal area project in the center of Providence, where we built Section 8 housing and the headquarters of Gilbane right across the street. And that's where our headquarters remains. I work out of the New York office exclusively on affordable housing. My first project was with the demolition of the old Spofford Juvenile Detention Center, and we're in the process of developing 750 housing units there. Another project that we've been working on is a NYCHA PAC deal, Twin Parks West and Highbridge Franklin up in the Bronx. We're almost finished there, and so we've been really pleased to be able to show that off to NYCHA residents to understand the kind of work that we do. We're both the developer and the joint venture general contractor with Apex Building Group, who's our 3rd joint venture partner.
And next, we'll introduce Apex Building Group, Robert Horsford and Lee. I'm not sure which one of you are going to do the presentation, but
I'll start and Rob can embellish. Rob, are you there? Yes, he's there. Hi, I'm Lee Brathwaite. I'm the CEO of Apex Building Group. Rob is my partner. He's the president and chairman of Apex. And we are a minority-based enterprise. And as Catherine mentioned, we're involved with her and Gilbane on the NYCHA Twin Parks West Highbridge Franklin project, which we are close to wrapping up. We are the joint venture developer and joint venture general contractor on the Manhattanville project. But in addition, we're doing several other projects in the Harlem area. We are originated in Harlem 25 years ago. Rob started the company. He and I got together about 13 years ago and started to build off of what he started 25 years ago. So we're proud of the progress that we've made. We're also doing a large new construction project for as one of the vital Brooklyn sites down in East New York, Brooklyn. But in addition, we were, in addition to the Manhattanville project, we were also awarded an opportunity where we are the general contractors on the NYCHA project to redo the Albemarle, Bethune, and Marshall houses. And we're also been selected as the JV partner, general contractor to do the Wilson houses. So we have a lot of experience in occupied rehab as well as new construction. And we're very happy that we were selected to participate in bringing that same insight and knowledge to the Manhattanville site. Rob, is there anything you want to add?
No, you covered it. I mean, we're our roots are from Harlem, and we're really excited to have an opportunity to work on this project.
One last comment, not only do we have experience working with Catherine and the Gilbane team, but we also have a long-standing relationship with Donald and his team and his organization. So we feel that we've got a great team of people that can bring our knowledge and services to the Manhattanville community.
Thank you, Lee and Robert. And next, we'll introduce the property management for the site, EOH, and Larry Hershford and Bridget. I'm not sure which one's going to do the presentation. Bridget, are you going to do it?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Good evening, everyone. My name is Bridget Maraclian. I am from ELH Management. I am the Director of Maintenance. Our company has been founded in 1995. We've been around. Most of our properties are affordable housing. My apologies, that was my dog. I'm at home right now, so please forgive me for that. Also, ELH, our objective and our goal is to provide housing that is free from health hazards, ensuring continuous availability of heat, hot water, your basic needs, providing spaces that are clean, making sure, is well lit, create peaceful communities where families feel proud of where they live. We also have a staff that have worked on PAC projects at previous company, understanding how to care for residents throughout every step of transformation, building trust and maintaining the highest standards. Just a little bit about ourselves. Larry Hirschfield is the owner of ELH. He has been involved in a lot of HPD buildings. Myself, I have experience on PAC projects. My last PAC project was in Brooklyn for the Mega Bundle, and that was very successful. And we're very looking forward to bringing our expertise over for Manhattanville and as well as the community. We have a very strong presence in Manhattan, and we're looking forward to working with everyone on this team and serving the community. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Bridget. And we'll turn it back over to Catherine, and you can talk about the rehabilitation proposal and the scope of work for the project.
So this is background. Manhattanville Houses was built in 1961. It was designed by an architect called William Lescaz, who actually is a famous modernist architect. He designed Williamsburg houses in the 1930s. It's one of the first public housing developments at the time, and then came back 30 years later to work on Manhattanville. We are applying for historic designation on the National Register of Historic Places and intend to do a historic preservation project at this location, which means that we will be restoring the facades, the porches, and the distinctive metal panels that you can see in the rendering up at the right-hand corner, as well as the finishes in the common public spaces and the grounds. Part of what we'll be doing in the next year, because we expect to do everything possible to really understand the conditions of these buildings. What is working, what is not working. We've been meeting with residents and will continue to do so over the next year, including surveying the residents to understand what they like and don't like about the development. We've heard already that there are major issues with leaks in the buildings, lack of water pressure, in certain circumstances, hot water provision, heat. All of those things are on our list to address, to bring the development up to good condition. So we expect to do new roofs, to fully point and repair the facades, to remove all the violations and make sure the shedding is down. Protective shedding that's been up for a very long time. New windows, updating the heating and cooling systems, improving the water pressure by installing additional pumps to ensure apartments on the higher floors are served. Implementing a full waste management plan to ensure that there is proper provision to enable residents to recycle, which they're not able to do right now. Abate all lead-based paint that we find, asbestos, mold, deal with pests. All the apartments will be fully renovated, new kitchens, new bathrooms, new flooring, paint, new electric panels and LED lighting added. We'll also be doing elevator overhauls, renovating the cabs, installing backup power generators, and we have proposed to expand the lobbies that would allow us to bring in current US Postal Service regulation post boxes and parcel boxes, which are not there now. We've also been hearing that there are a lot of concerns about safety and security at the development. So we are proposing to install a large number of cameras to expand the existing security system that's there. Improve lighting, add and upgrade the intercom system to address building entrance and exit, as well as working on a large scale reimagination of the grounds to improve the aesthetics through new landscaping, upgraded recreational areas with a focus on the ball field, which right now is a plain asphalt covered space. We also are committed to making repairs in the Manhattanville Community Center and the daycare facility that's located at 3250 Broadway to address, in particular, the roof leaks that we've already identified. We've proposed to add an additional laundry room. We've had some feedback already from residents that they were interested in maintaining the centralized space in Building 3. We'll continue to discuss before we finalize the plans for that use. We'll also be working on an upgrade to the Tenants Association office and install free Wi-Fi throughout the buildings. I'm going to hand it over to my colleague, Christina.
Hi, yeah. Hi, everyone. Christina Heath. I work with West Harlem Group, Deputy Director for Program Development. So I'm going to talk with you about resident engagement. So our commencement through this project, we'll be hosting monthly meetings with the residents. We also host a monthly meeting with the Resident Association Board. The resident needs assessment will be providing that needs assessment through lobby meetings, survey that Catherine spoke about at the end of June. We'll also be showcasing a mock unit or model unit opening at the end of July, more or less. We'll also be hosting a walking tour, and we have a website that is up and running. All of our content is posted there, as well as a catchment area and a communication portal for residents. And we will also be distributing, we have and we will continue, but we will be refining the FAQs to continue to inform the residents of all of the facts about the project, to keep them informed throughout. What residents can experience what they will experience in the coming months. All team members will wear badges. Like whenever we come to your door, we should have proper identification. Designers and construction staff will visit each building to survey existing conditions in the apartment. In this Spring and summer apartments will be inspected by environmental consultants for hazards, including lead, mold, and asbestos. Some of that work has started, the inspection has started. All residents will receive notifications of planned apartment inspections well in advance of inspection dates. When vacation, work, or health issues, et cetera, arise, inspections will be rescheduled. Ms. Nieves may be able to speak to some of that experience so far in terms of inspections, the meetings, et cetera. Residents 18 years and over must be home before staff can enter. Implementation of safety protocols, including compliance with New York City and NYCHA health rules. We will adhere to those. And in terms of PAC resident protections, so this part here, I can read off the slide. There's a NYCHA representative if they'd like to go through it. Otherwise, I'll continue. Want
me to? I can do it really fast if that's preferable.
Oh, sure.
Okay, everybody, I won't waste your time too much with this because I know I presented this information to you previously. My name's Jim Shelton. I am a community planner at the real estate department at NYCHA. This information is evergreen. It applies to all PAC projects, but I do want to emphasize that these are protections that all of the residents currently living and in the future living at Manhattanville will have as a basic right of their tenancy. So rent will always be calculated at 30% of household income. That is a term of the program. That cannot change unless federal rules change, right? 30% of household income, just like Section 9, just like a regular NYCHA building. That is the hard and fast rule here. There'll still be a tenant association. So when we say right to organize, there'll still be an association. There'll still be resident elections. Those tenant associations will still get funding for things like Family Day, holidays, other events that tenant associations currently get funding for. That's called TPA funding, still exists. Every resident will have an automatic right to renew a lease. That's the way it operates now. That's the way it's going to operate in this program. We always say no one gets rescreened, so no one has to reapply into the PAC program. Living there now, you're in the PAC program. You're grandfathered over. There's no rescreening. There's no screening out. There's no reapplication. Residents can still add relatives, qualified relatives to their lease as they can currently at NYCHA. Succession rights, so the ability to pass an apartment on to a qualified family member, say if you pass away and want to pass that apartment down, those rules still exist. Residents have access to a grievance process that mirrors the grievance process they have now. If there are any issues with management, with a term of a lease, there's a formal process for residents to pursue. And because this is a federal program receiving money through the Section 8 program, which is a HUD program, Section 3, those rules for local hiring at a federally funded project still apply here. So this team will actually be obligated in the many jobs that are created in construction, administration, caretaking, to offer up specific targeted training and hiring for local residents and NYCHA residents from this development specifically. Happy to answer any programmatic questions, but otherwise, I'm going to turn it over to the team.
And just before I throw it back to Catherine, I wanted to give Ms. Veronica Nieves, who's the Tenant Association Board President, an opportunity to share her experience or feedback as a representative of the NYCHA family, the NYCHA residential family at Manhattanville.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Hi, everyone. My name is Veronica Nieves. I'm Manhattanville president. I have nothing but great things to say. I think this is the best thing that has happened for Manhattanville. We are way overdue when it comes to construction. We living right now in shambles, and I don't see us not going through this. Like, that's my opinion. Like I said, I think it's the best thing that has happened for Manhattanville. I don't see nothing but great things coming into Manhattanville so far. I've had inspections in my apartment already as far as measurements, and it's been something really easy. It's very convenient. They came at my time. It was convenient for me for them to come. I didn't have to do no moving around. They worked with the space that they had. They were very professional, very polite. They were really nice. I've gotten along with everyone so far. This was something that we sat down and it took us a while to decide who we were gonna bring into Manhattanville, and I think we did the best thing. Like I said, this was several meetings that we sat through, several conversations, reading through several documents before we made our decision. Yeah, I mean, I'm excited for what's to come for Manhattanville.
Thank you very much, Ms. Nieves. It's been a pleasure. And
Thank
now
you.
and Catherine, you can take us through the timeline and close out and introduce Q&A.
Okay, so we started really at the beginning of the year with the designation from NYCHA, and we've already had 2 resident meetings, one in March and one in May, held at the Manhattanville Community Center. We've been meeting monthly with Ms. Nieves to talk about what we're doing in this pre-development period, which is a combination of resident engagement work to, again, go through all elements of the PACT project with topics scheduled through the next year so that residents really understand, have an opportunity to ask questions and understand what the conversion process entails. Right now, we're in the midst of doing site inspections and unit inspections to collect information about the physical conditions, existing conditions at the development. Architects going into units to measure, to make sure that the dimensions on the historic drawings that we have are in fact accurate. Professionals going in to test for asbestos, radon, and lead-based paint to ensure that we're aware of the physical conditions and will abate as necessary. The general contractor has started to go into units as well. Again, to understand physical conditions, we're looking for evidence of things that need to be addressed, like leaks, which can come from a variety of locations, whether it's penetration through the bricks because of the lack of pointing, through the roof because the roofs are shot. Also taking a look, opening up holes, especially in the vacant units in the walls, take a look at the existing pipes, the waste lines, the risers, the laterals to understand if water is coming out of the pipes. Do they need to be addressed? Also taking a look at units because we'll be upgrading certain apartments to make them accessible for people with mobility disabilities, also sight and hearing. All of that work will be going on through this summer, simultaneous with feasibility studies related to mechanical engineering issues to come up with the best solution for upgrades in the buildings. We're working with the architects. They'll be refining the plans and the scope of work, and we'll be presenting over the course of the year to residents to get feedback on in response to the ideas that we've developed about improvements at the site. Towards the end of the year, around November, December, we'll start going back into apartments to do inspections for housing quality standards. That's the standard that must be met in order for Section 8 subsidy to be eligible for the apartments. And just backing up, so the PACT project, it's going from Section 9 public housing subsidy. The conversion will be to Section 8 subsidy. Section 9 subsidy, the Housing Authority gets a separate capital grant and operating funds for public housing, but that funding source does not allow debt on the property. So they can't take out loans to pay for substantial renovations. By shifting to Section 8, that's designed for developers assumes that developers have loans on the building and the subsidy is sufficient to cover principal and interest payments. So we can take out a very large amount of money backed by all the Section 8 vouchers that will be assigned to Manhattanville to pay for the renovations, while ensuring that residents continue to pay only 30% of their income for rent. In order to make sure that that process happens and we're able to turn on the Section 8, All of the units have to meet housing quality standards. That means that all of the light fixtures, the switches need to turn on, the light sockets, electrical sockets need to work, that there are no dripping faucets, there's no peeling paint, that the heat turns on at every radiator within the apartment. So where NYCHA has been unable to cover those renovations to date, we'll be going in, making those repairs. And then inspectors will go in to make sure that we've met the standards, all in preparation for the conversion. At the same time, in the last 6 months before closing, which we're hoping will happen in May, June of 2024, ELH management will be working with residents to sign new Section 8 leases in preparation again for the conversion. The financing plan submission is actually prepared by the New York City Housing Authority to submit to the federal government HUD for their review and approval of the conversion to Section 8. That will be happening again around 6 months before we anticipate closing. And by the time we reach in a year from now, we hope to convert and start construction. At conversion, public housing management will leave and ELH will take over. They will be operating out of the same management office that currently exists on 126th Street. And we will start our renovations in earnest, which we expect to take 2.5 to 3 years. So we are working on meeting on the 4th Wednesday of every month. That there's an exception this month where we are actually scheduling a Saturday meeting on the 24th of June, a survey party where we're hoping residents will stop by and work with us to fill out a 10-minute survey, really a satisfaction survey, what they like about Manhattanville, what they don't like. We're asking for some basic information about their physical conditions, but also focusing on what support services they currently use, what programs they use, whether it's in the community center or do they use the local daycare center or other programs in the neighborhood as a whole. We're really trying to identify what the service gaps are at Manhattanville, because before we close, we will select a supportive services provider to help us fill those gaps. We'll be working with us going forward. We will be making space for them at the Manhattanville development so that residents can drop by and have immediate service. The idea that they'll also collaborate with property management as issues may arise with residents who need assistance. We have a hotline number, 929-630-2807. It's set up for people to leave messages and we respond within 24 hours. Questions about the PACT program in general or specific questions related to inspections scheduled or whatever residents are interested in learning about PACT, please leave messages there and we'll get back to you. That also helps inform what we present in the public meetings. As much feedback as we can get helps us be as informative as possible as we proceed with the larger group. We have the website, manhattanvillepreservation.com. There's also an opportunity, as Christina mentioned, to send us notes through a form there. If you have questions, we'll respond that way. We also post all of our presentations at that website and we list upcoming meetings. So we're going to focus on surveys. We'll be working in June, but we'll continue to work. NYCHA has asked us to get a 35% return rate on the surveys, which means we're looking for feedback from at least 450, 500 residents at the development. So we're eager to meet as many people as possible. In July, we'll be opening up a model unit. It's maybe a misnomer. It's a mock-up unit with examples of flooring, paint colors, kitchen cabinets to give residents an idea of what the renovations in their apartment may look like. And we will be hosting monthly Friday afternoon open houses so people can drop by, walk around. There will be members of the development team there to answer their questions. And to kick that off on the 4th Wednesday of July, we'll be hosting these walking tours, one in Spanish, one in English. We'll stop by the model unit, but we'll also be walking through the development because we're eager to see what through residents' eyes. What is it that you want us to pay attention to? What should we be looking for? It's a less formal way to hear people's feedback. August, we'll be taking a break in honor of the summer, and then we'll pick up our Wednesday, 4th Wednesday of the month meetings in September and continue through early 2024, covering topics from, what is the Section 8 program, an introduction from ELH management about how they run their buildings, how they deal with work tickets and repairs in apartments, more detailed meetings about the scope of work, including finishes in apartments, opportunities for employment, both through construction, property management, but just in general, access to workforce assistance for residents at site. Those are some of the topics that we'll be covering before we get to closing.
A person named Rachel Feldman has their hand up.
Hi, yes. First of all, I want to thank everybody for all this hard work that they're doing. My question is about a different part of town. I was reading about the new building of, and I don't know if it's affordable housing or low income, between 109 to 111 on Broadway. And if someone can go over this, I've gotten all
Ms.
kinds
Feldman,
of.
Ms.
Yeah.
Feldman, if we can hold that question to, it sounds like it's part of the Morningside Heights rezoning questions. If we
Oh,
can hold that to that portion of the agenda, we'd like to
I'm
just wrap up
sorry,
here on the.
sure. Yep, yep.
Thanks, Barry. So thanks to everyone on the team with Manhattanville for laying out what appears to be a fairly thorough outline of expectations for the project. So we do have a pretty full agenda, and we're going to try to keep things moving. So we're going to do Q&A now, only for Manhattanville. So if you are, Rachel, if you want to lower your hand, if anyone has questions, we'll start with community board members first, then we will go to anyone on the community board that is public affiliated, and then the public in general. So please use the reaction at the bottom to be able to raise your hand. Signe, what is the number to do it on the phone? I forget.
Yes, I put it in the chat just to remind myself. Going to go back to it. Is you are calling on the Zoom by phone. The number is *6 on your keypad for toggling between mute and unmute. That's *6 if you're on a phone, and *9 to raise or lower your hand.
And until we have, Signe, I don't know if you or Barry have questions. I wrote a few down of my own. Of course, the first question that I will ask is about, this is being called preservation. And I was hoping that someone could go through exactly what type of historic preservation that the project is going after. And yeah, what stage are you at in that process?
So we're working with Higgins Quaisbart, the consultants, on our historic preservation initiative. We've submitted the Part 1 application to SHPO for designation for the Historic Register, and we're hoping to get a response late summer. Then we'll continue on with more detailed review with the SHPO and the Parks Department related to the scope of work that we'll be doing to renovate the development. Obviously, we'll be focused on full renovation and preservation of the facade and the distinctive metal paneling on the porches, as well as restoring the blue glazed bricks that run up the spines of the buildings. We are proposing an expansion of the lobbies, which we hope that SHPO will be supportive of, bringing out the glazing to the ends of the current canopies at the front of every building, making it very glassy so you can see into the lobbies. And I think we've been talking about using the flooring to designate the dimension of the original lobby and a different color flooring to demonstrate the expansion. But the idea is generally to preserve the materials, the original materials that are still in place in all of the public spaces.
Great. And just to be clear, this is to add Manhattanville to the National Register of Historic Places, which would be a state designation as opposed to local designation.
It's not to landmark, it's to put it on the federal register.
Is there, is that in terms of the residents, is there, would that impact them differently as opposed to being on the state historic register as opposed to local designation? Is there?
Well, with designation on the National Register, we qualify for historic tax credits, which will give another 20% to our overall construction budget. So it definitely benefits all the residents in the sense that it allows us to expand the scope of work that we're able to complete there.
Great. Yep, that answers my question. Thank you. Anyone else have questions? Remember, use the reaction functionality to raise your hand. Okay, that looks like Mr. Weinberg.
Yep. Hi, thank you for that very thorough presentation. I have a couple of questions. One, can you speak to the question about if residents will be forced to downsize from their existing units? I know that's something that we've heard a lot of concern about here at the community board from residents.
Okay. I'm going to start more globally. This is an in-place rehab project. So the expectation is that all of the renovations will be done while people continue to live in their apartments, just like any one of us goes and, you know, has their kitchens redone. We continue to live through the renovation. So the expectation is most people will stay in place. There is an exception. Part of this requirement is that we are to abate all existing lead-based paint. We've been testing in the developments already, and many apartments are completely clean. But on occasion, we are finding some lead-based paint elements. Sometimes people have done their own custom, I think historically, this is one explanation for what we're finding. They might have done a custom paint job in their apartment where they used old paint. And so we're finding lead in some periodically. Depending on what we find, it may be necessary for people to temporarily relocate out of their apartments so we can abate the lead safely. As soon as that work is done, they would move back and the balance of renovations would occur with them in place. The section, so that's sort of in general, I want to reassure people, the idea is that, you know, you stay in the home that you've been in all along, but that at the end of this process, you have an improved quality of life through improved a renovated apartment. The public housing and Section 8 subsidy is designed to track against your particular household size. When you move in as a new tenant, you are offered an apartment that is based on the size of your household. Once you move in, some people have lived in the development since it opened. and household sizes change. So where you may have moved into a 3-bedroom apartment because you had a 6-person family, if you now have a much smaller apartment, you're considered overhoused. And the Section 8 regulations require that you be in an apartment that's the size that fits your household. So over time, there will be some right sizing that happens at the development. But the expectation is that people would be relocated within Manhattanville, not offsite anywhere else. What is the timing? Let's be more specific, though.
Well, we don't, I mean,
So let me just add one point. The amount of turnover in the development is very low. So the opportunity for people to move is very low. And in response to that, the Housing Authority has asked us to prioritize those who are considered severely overhoused to relocate first. So, for example, a person who lives in who qualifies for a 1-bedroom, who lives in a 4-bedroom, would be higher on the list for relocation than somebody who is in a 2-bedroom and qualifies for a 1.
So a couple of quick questions to follow up, and they don't have to have super details. These are the same regulations as Section 9?
Section 9 also requires right sizing, but for the most part, the Housing Authority does not implement them.
Second question, I assume this will all be ADA compliant?
Yes. This project is subject to fair housing review as part of the RAD application and will not be approved without our ability to demonstrate compliance.
Got it. Just because I saw one of the little sample photos there has stairs, and I assume there was a lift or something. The final question is kind of a hypothetical one. So the authority retains ownership of the land and leases the buildings to the private development partners. And then there are large amounts of loans taken out against the property backed by the Section 8 vouchers that the property is converted to receiving. What happens in the very unfortunate hypothetical scenario that the developers, that the project essentially goes bankrupt, that the debt is not able to be repaid, either because interest rates go up and it's a floating rate loan, or because Congress throttles Section 8 reimbursement rates as time goes on? What would happen? What are the legal protections for tenants in that scenario?
Jim, do you want to, first of all, there won't be a floating rate loan. And, I think Jim can address it, but to some degree, just in this, it's a very unlikely circumstance.
No, of course, total hypothetical.
But the thing is, even hypotheticals need protection. So there are protections here for this scenario. I want to emphasize, the type of borrowing that's done on these projects. It's heavily monitored, both locally through at NYCHA, HGC. HUD is looking at the financial plan. Underwriting is not happening in a way that is, I would say, excessively risky. We're not. That's kind of the starting point. But let's say something horrific happens and the Section 8 program is undermined and the whole financing of the project. This would disrupt the entire federal housing program across the country. But let's say what happens. So there are a series of regulatory agreements that have to be entered into the record at closing for these transactions. And essentially, what they say is that long-term use of this property, no matter who is actually serving in that management role, or even if, a bank is assuming ownership of the property for whatever reason, it must be used in the very specific way, under the very specific terms that we're talking about today. So there really is no opportunity to get out from that regulatory agreement that says, whoever is operating this property must operate it in perpetuity as affordable housing, subject to the specific terms of the 30% of household income calculations, the right to renewal, right? There's a series of regulatory agreements that are basically tied to the property that will be there regardless of any changes in management. And there's quite a few of them. So perhaps what I can do is point you to, they're all public. I can point you to where they live, just so you know that that's a resource available to browse through. I can drop that in the chat if that's useful.
Yeah,
That-
one of
that'd be great.
those is the RAD use agreement. It's
Yeah.
recorded against the property. And that's what specifically says that this property must be used as affordable housing.
Yeah, yeah. For context, I mean, part of the reason we're so skittish here is that like this is also the neighborhood where 3333 Broadway is on 135th Street. That sits on land owned by the ECF, which is a city authority essentially that handles school properties. And that had a similar agreement in its lease with the owners, which at one point was MetLife of the building. It was developed as a Mitchell Llama. And then when it was sold, the new owners renegotiated a new lease with the city controlled authority that removed the requirement for affordable housing. And now it's like 60% market rate. So like belt and suspender, layers of protection, all of these are things that we pay attention to. Eventualities that we don't think can happen that somehow wind up happening. These are all things we just like to look out for. Final question, is the debt amortizing mostly or like balloon payment, interest only?
Amortized payment over time.
Cool, thanks.
Thanks, Barry. Are there any other questions? Signe, you still there?
If you can hear me, I'm still here, but I defer to any community members that have any questions. Mine were answered.
And Signe, remind me, are we, what are we doing? Are we, is there a vote that needs to take place on this tonight?
No, no vote. This is just an update to see where they are with things.
Great.
Informational. And I see Shanika.
Shanika.
Hi, I'm so sorry to ask because I'm not sure this has already been answered and I did join a little late. So thank you for the presentation and thank you for having everyone here. And very quickly, I wanted to know if there would be continued involvement after the tenants. I know it's unusual, but this is a different project, at least that I'm used to for affordable housing. So I wanted to know if there would be continued involvement from either the city or from BRC, kind of intermittently throughout. In other words, it's one thing to have a superintendent and landlord, but I'm talking about more hands-on involvement where if someone is struggling or is abusing any substance whatsoever that they have. Oh, go ahead.
Shanika?
Yeah.
I think you're talking about yeah, you're a little early. I think you're talking about 1727. We're talking about NYCHA Manhattanville Pact RAD conversion.
Oh,
they're updating us on that.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm talking about is it Hill House? Or Hill something?
1727. Yeah,
Yes.
that's the next
Okay.
presentation.
All righty, my bad. Thank you then.
I have a quick question.
Go ahead, Monique.
I'm sorry, I might have missed this, so forgive me. What is the time frame we're looking at in terms of start to finish for this development or the conversion?
It's we anticipate another year worth of pre-development activities, and we're hoping for the RAD conversion to happen next summer. Then we'll start construction, and right now we're anticipating between 2.5 and 3 years. It's to renovate. For context, if people don't know, Manhattanville has 1,271 apartments in 6 20-story buildings on a 7-acre site.
So you're saying, okay, next summer is when, a year from now, roughly?
Correct.
Okay, construction will proceed.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? Well, with that, I just want to thank everyone on the team for providing that update. Thank you to the Tenant Association President for being on the call. We will continue to monitor this and communicate any updates. And yes, thank you.
And thank the board for having us this evening. And we will continue to reach out with the board and do periodic presentation as needed. It's no problem with us. We can factor that into our meetings that we have. So we'll take, it's a nice leadership on when she wants us to come back.
And please let us know when you have that apartment mock-up ready.
Yes.
I'm sure Signy and I and the chair of the community board and anyone else on the board would enjoy walking through that.
Absolutely. We'll set up time for you.
Love to.
And it's appreciated to see familiar faces in projects in our local neighborhood. So thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
Have a good evening, everyone. Be
Good night,
safe.
everybody.
Thank you.
Signy, do you want to set us up for the next one?
I can, sure. All right, so our next presentation, as most of you know, if you've been to our meetings, this has been in discussion since about September when it was brought to our attention. This is 1727 Amsterdam. Tonight you will find that we have a presentation. They have a Broadway Residents Committee that will be presenting the plans that they're expecting for the site. And this has been a long process. We are also talking about a reso tonight that the community board is putting forward. And we want to separate these two topics, so to say. So the first bit is going to be about the presentation of the floor plan and all of that, and questions, specific questions on that. But we will then also be talking at our action items, a reso that we're putting forward, talking about the site itself and how we came to this point. It's a very long reso, so we expect there's going to be a lot of conversation on this tonight. And Barry, do you want, shall we wait for action items to do any further talk on this, or what's your thoughts?
Yeah, we can wait till action items. We should just hear the presentation and take questions, I think.
Yeah. So questions again, if we could please keep questions to 2 minutes each, 1 question per person. If you have a second question, please wait for other people, new members, to have a chance to ask questions. And then you can come back around and ask a second question if you have one. We just want to be fair to everyone that's on the call tonight that has questions. So please keep it to 1 question per person. Again, you can raise your hand in the reactions button. So the reactions button is on the bottom of your screen. And I can also keep an eye out. If you turn your camera on and wave wildly, I will also try and find you in the crowd. But if you can't figure out how to raise your hand, it happens. And if you are on the phone, yet again, if you're on the phone, you hit *6 to mute and unmute yourself, and *9 to raise and lower your hand. All right, Liz, I hope that did the job.
Good job.
And we now pass it over to Miguel and the team at BRC to give us further details on the plans for 1727 Amsterdam. Thank you, Miguel.
Hi, everybody. Thanks, Signa. Thanks, Liz. Thanks, everyone. Thanks, Barry, and for having us. My presentation actually is to present to you Muzzy Rosenblatt, who is the president and CEO of BRC, the Bowery Residents Committee, who will go and start the conversation with all of you today. So, Muzzy.
Thanks, Miguel. Good to have you here with me, along with my other colleague, Nicole Clare, who I think some of you know as well, our Chief Real Estate Development Officer. It's good to see you, Liz and Signy, again, and appreciate your visit to see some of the housing we built, similar to what we're proposing to build on this site, and an open and continuous invitation to members of the community board and members of the community who want to learn more about the work we do and see some of the types of housing that we're going to be, that we're proposing to build at 1727. Just a brief overview, and then as you requested, Nicole's here, she'll go through the design, the floor plan as it is today. BRC, as some of you know, Bowery Residents Committee serves thousands of individuals across the city. We were actually founded by our clients in 1971. Those are the residents in the Bowery Residents Committee in our name. Our mission really is to help people in crisis reclaim lives lost, restoring hope and dignity giving people opportunities for health and self-sufficiency. We have almost 36 programs, like I said, across the city, and a lot of different ways that we do that. There's no one single way to help a person, but in the end, what everybody needs and what we're proposing to do with our partners at HPD and Health and Hospitals is to build 200 units of permanent housing at 1727 Amsterdam Avenue. There's a process, I'll quickly go through that. We were selected through a competitive process by Health and Hospitals Corporation, part of a pre-selective pre-qualification process they go through, and we were asked to develop this site. This site is really one of 10 sites being developed by H&H as part of their Housing for Health initiative, where they're taking property that Health and Hospitals has that isn't primary hospital property and trying to create housing. There are so many people in the city's hospitals today who are there longer than most people are, because not only they have health needs, but they have housing needs. Some of these buildings have already been built, 5 campuses around the city, 1,500 units total. Again, 200 here at 1727. And this is an affiliation, not just with H&H in general, but Harlem Hospital in particular. Nicole and I were at their community advisory board last month. 22,000 of the patients that Health and Hospitals sees each year don't have housing. And they're 3 times more likely as a result of that to have to use emergency rooms. And if they're admitted, they're likely to stay on average 3 times longer than the average admission. Health and Hospitals has needs, serves a great purpose. We're fortunate in New York to have a municipal hospital system like the one we have, but it's being overtaxed and our hospitals are being used as housing. And so again, H&H is trying to use their non-hospital property to create housing, to do it more affordably, do it more effectively. And like I said, 1727 is one of these sites, 200 units to be built. I'm going to break that down. Some of you know this, but I want to make sure there are a lot of interested people here that know. 60% of the units are going to address that homeless housing need. Again, it's not a shelter, it's housing. But people who were homeless, don't have a stable home, those are the folks that this housing is for. That's 120 of the 200 units. The remaining 80 units, the remaining 40%, is going to be offered through the HPD lottery as affordable housing. What is affordable? 30 of the 80 units are set aside for people whose income is at 40% of the area median income. 49 are set aside for households at 60% of the area median income. And the last one is for the live-in super. The other thing that we're building on this site, I should note, it's really important. We have a great partnership that we've developed with the Emma Bowen Center. Is in order for this to be built, obviously the building that currently exists, which is the home to the Emma Bowen Center, has to be demolished. Where's Emma Bowen going to go? So we've worked with them over the past year, identified a site for them, developed plans for that site, and through the generosity and commitment of many of our local elected leaders, funding has been made available to temporarily relocate Emma Bowen Center to this site, all their programs, and then once the building is built, to bring them back. And so we have been working with them on the design as well to incorporate space in the building on the ground floor and throughout and in other parts of the building that will be their new modern permanent home to meet their needs. There's also a significant set aside within all those different income units. About a quarter of the units, 48 of the 200, 24%, are set aside for older households, either 55 or 62 and above, depending on which of those groupings somebody's in. And again, this is similar to what you heard on the NYCHA presentation. This is subsidized housing. Nobody pays more than 30% of their income in rent, regardless of what the rent is. The subsidy covers that. What they pay is no more than 30%, no more than 30% of their income. Everybody who lives in the building has a lease and pays rent. It's housing. But what it also is, the question that came up earlier was a great question, but not just for us, it's really a great question for all housing. Housing everybody needs, but people have a lot of needs that go beyond housing. People need connection to services. People need connection to community. People need connection to each other. And what we'll be having on site is services to help people stay stable in housing, help people as they age, get connected to services so that they can stay stable in housing, help people get connected to whatever it is as their lives change, to get connected to the benefits and services they may not have needed when they moved in, but they may need, or they may need when they move in. It's a mix of studios, 1 bedrooms and 2 bedrooms and 3 bedrooms. 137 studios, 120 of which go to the formerly homeless population, 12 go to the 40% AMI, 5 to the 60% AMI households, 31 1-bedrooms. 14 of those go to the 40% area median income households, 17 to the 60% area median income households. 25 2-bedrooms, 3 of them to the 40% area median income households, 22 to the 60% area AMI households. 6 3-bedrooms, 1 of them at the 40% level, 5 of them at the 60% level. And again, the super who is employed by VRC and gets housing for free as part of their employment. So they don't pay more than 30% of their income in rent either. They're also, similar to what you heard before, there are set-asides overlapping that, a certain percentage of folks with mobility impairment, with vision impairment, municipal workers, and a goal of 50% of the units going to people who are or were residents of CB9. Going back just a little bit to the on-site services, we will have staff on site around the clock. We have front desk staff around the clock at the building who are there to support the tenants, both to provide security to make sure the people who live in the building are in the building, and that the access to the building is safe, collecting people's packages, watching kids when they come home from school, helping people with whatever their needs are, staying connected. We'll have 11 social services staff to again address some of those issues that were anticipated in that question. If people have needs and need to get connected, whether those are the needs they have the day they move in or the needs that evolve over time, to connect people with services, to connect people with benefits. 9 facility staff to maintain the building, to take out the trash, to keep things clean, and 4 administrative staff to handle the rent and all the paperwork that comes with a 200-unit apartment building. And that's us. Again, the Emma Bowen Center will be on site as well. We'll be establishing, as we do traditionally when we do new programs, and even with the existing programs that we have, a community advisory council. We'll start that during construction because we know communities have questions, neighbors have questions, both during the construction phase and ongoing. Traditionally, those meet quarterly, and those are open to anyone and everyone. We invite, obviously, the institutions in the community board, representatives of the local elected officials, precinct representatives, but just neighbors. You don't have to have a formal affiliation to be an interested partner with us. In terms of what comes next, as I mentioned, the relocation of the tenants is critical. There is a ground lease. We're not buying the property, we're leasing it on a 99-year ground lease from Health and Hospitals. That process has to go through the Health and Hospitals Board of Directors and then the City Council. Then once that's done and the tenants are relocated, or actually concurrently to that, we'll be getting the financing in place, both city financing, and then once the closing happens on the financing and the tenants are gone, relocated safely and to their new homes, temporary homes for Emma Bowen, then demolition of the building would begin, and after demolition, then construction. And our expectation for all that activity to happen is about 4 years. So an opening roughly this time, 2027, about 4 years from now. Again, I want to thank those who have already taken an interest and visited and sent us questions. I want to encourage others who haven't. Happy to schedule more times. And now let me turn it over to my colleague, Nicole, to walk you through some of the designs and the floor plans you've asked to see.
Thank you, Muzzy. Yes, as Muzzy mentioned, my name is Nicole Claire, VRC's Chief Real Estate Development Officer. I did meet many of you at the committee meeting in the fall and also on the tour, as Muzzy mentioned. So I am going to share screen of some of the plans that we mentioned and also some renderings to give you a sense of what we expect the building to look like. So these are architectural renderings. I'm just going to get to share screen. I want to make sure I had that up. So gonna run through the floor plans very quickly. If you can see that. This is an image of along Amsterdam Avenue. So as you can see, at its tallest point on the corner of 145th Street, it'll be 9 stories, but about mid-block towards 146th Street, it sets back. So this portion along 146th Street is actually lower, it's 7 stories. And then along the side streets of 146th Street and 145th Street, it's anywhere from 5 to 6 stories. So we've color coded the floor plans. It's just as almost as if you're looking at it directly from above. And you can see a number of green spaces. There'll be a courtyard on that main level, some green roofs. So yep.
Nicole, sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you, but I can't see the entire, your entire screen. There's pieces of it that are cut off.
You might want to try sharing just the window as opposed to the whole screen.
Let's see what happens when I do that. Yeah, I'm using Dropbox here. Let's see, is this any better? Or maybe if I make the screen actually
Can you maybe
shrink the site, yeah, to this, like, yeah, this is better.
And then can you make that black box go away?
It's quite small.
Small, and now there's a
Yeah, you know what? It's going to be pretty small. I will zoom in where I can, but as you can imagine, it's a 200. It's a large site. So this is just I'm going to definitely email both of you the
I was
the
going to
floor
ask
plan
if you
so
could
you can
email.
review it in more
Yeah.
detail. But this is just meant to give you broad strokes, as you can see.
Another
The layout.
Zoom trick I learned after a while is there's a little toggle bar in the middle of the screen between the pictures of the gallery of attendees and the share screen, and you can toggle that all the way to the right. You won't be able to see all the folks on the call, but it'll make the share screen bigger. So you might want to try that.
Yeah, I have mine as big as possible, and it's still a
Okay,
little small.
well,
So
yeah, as I mentioned, this was meant to just mostly give you a broad strokes, and of course, we're going to share it with you separately.
That's better.
But to show you, for instance, as we had mentioned, this is what we call the cellar, but as you know, because of the nature of topography and the hill on 145th Street, there is an opportunity for an entrance along that street. And this is not dissimilar to how it's set up now. If we think about the parking garage, that will change, and that back area will actually become green in a courtyard. But this is to show you the service space that we were talking about. So all of these are social service offices that we mentioned, the staff who are on site, and tenants will have the opportunity to meet with them. There is a bike room. Most of the space on this floor is also utility maintenance, as we mentioned, and a portion is the Bowen Center. The first floor, the main lobby area for the residential is mid-block on Amsterdam Avenue. Along 146th Street, this big purple space is again the Bowen Center. They are spread across 3 floors. We do have some apartments as well on the first floor, but a substantial lobby, as we mentioned. This is going to be some great what's called an open stair to allow people to use to just use the stairs to walk down to that cellar area. There's additional green space to give you views as you walk in straight to the green landscaped area that's a little bit below. So, you know, the design intent, as Muzzy mentioned, is as focused as much as possible, and in our partnership with Health and Hospitals, on health, natural light, you know, connection to nature when we can. Apologize for the background noise. The second floor, again, a portion for the Bowen Center space, their ability to serve the therapeutic preschool that they're working with. They will also have access to the screen space that's on top of sort of the building below, and then mostly apartments. And then I'm not going to spend time going through apartments, but every floor. So as we mentioned, it's a 9-story building. The nature of as we had mentioned previously, and complicated, it's across 3 zoning districts. So there are things like setbacks, and upper floors do give us the opportunity to do green space, additional green space, green roofs, and solar panels. So that is also a critical component. As I mentioned, we are, in addition to solar panels, the building will have a number of sustainability and energy efficient elements, and all electric building, actually. We will also have an emergency generator on site. So that is, I know I ran through this very quickly, but as I mentioned, we just wanted to give you a quick preview of what we're going to be emailing you for more information. And then I wanted to also show you some renderings. I know folks wanted to get a sense of what it will look like and feel like on the main floor and the main entrance. So I will, so we have a few different images for that. I'm going to share screen again, and that starts on, as I mentioned, the 146th Street side, which is predominantly the entrance to the Emma L. Bowen space. So
That's on, the entrance is on Amsterdam, right? It's
their
at the
entrance will
146th.
also be on Amsterdam, but as we saw, that corner that they wrapped around, that is predominantly for their space. Again, as Muzzy mentioned, purposely designed with them for their needs. Our architect is working very closely to design the space specifically for their needs. They'll have their own entrance, they'll have their own elevators, separate stairs, everything else. So that is
And our
this
entrance
image.
is on Amsterdam as well, right? All the entrances.
Yes. So we're going through this. So this is kind of giving you a sense of, like, if you're on the corner of 146th Street in Amsterdam, this is what it's going to feel like looking at the building. Obviously, a requirement to add additional street trees along all of the edges of the building. And then this is an image of, if you can see this door a little bit to the left, would be what the main entrance to our residential portion would feel like. A lot of natural glass, as we mentioned, that connection to nature sort of beyond, obviously, as you enter the lobby, to be able to see trees in the courtyard throughout, but a lot of light, bright materials. And as Muzzy mentioned, because we have a number of seniors we expect in the building, and we have a focus on socialization, right? An area for people to sit and congregate across the city. Other senior buildings that I've been a part of, folks like to be in the lobby, see people coming and going. As Muzzy mentioned, a lot of natural light for that reception desk with 2 staffed people 24/7 a day. They, you know, the opportunity to respond to anything that's happening, obviously see the tenants coming and going, collect their packages, etc. This corner, a lot of storefront, what we call it, which is basically glass, being able to see into the lobby. That is the corner of 145th Street and Amsterdam Avenue. And then another image going a little bit further down 145th Street. So as I mentioned, whereas it's 9 stories on that immediate corner, along 145th Street, the height of the building steps down. So this is about 5 or 6 stories. We heard there was an interest in a mural, so we've placed a location for a mural. There's an opportunity to design that collaboratively with schools, other community members. That can be a process. And also the return of City Bike. Our renderers weren't able to add it back in, but you can imagine that in that location. And then I believe this last image just gives you a sense of what it might look like at night, right? So the building itself is lit, well lit. It is an opportunity to, again, have that space have a lot of light, a lot of activation. As I mentioned, we have staffing there. Certainly security cameras, all of those things come into play. So that is the end of my presentation.
Thanks,
Great.
Nicole, and we'll turn it back to Liz and Signe and the committee and the community board. Thank you.
Thanks, Muzzy. Thanks, Nicole. So I know there are a lot of people here with questions about the project. So Signe said this in the chat already, and we said it earlier. Please raise your hand if you would like to ask a question. We're going to ask that people keep their questions to 2 minutes and ask one question at a time with the ability to ask one follow-up question. I will call on people, or Signe and I will call on people in the order of, we will start with any housing, land use, and zoning board member.
And just to remind that focus on this is the plans that we just saw. So, keep it focused in on the plans and how that will affect us, and what we would like to see perhaps adjusted, or our thoughts on it. And we'll have more conversation later in the evening during action items.
Thanks, Signe. So we'll start with, I see it says Zoom user is the first hand up. So if you want to unmute yourself, we will start with you, and please introduce yourself. To the Zoom user.
Sorry, not sure if that might be me. So just a quick question about the roof access. Is that for the people who are living there? Is it all day long, or is that limited time access for them? Will be allowed at night?
Please state your name.
Sorry, my name is Benjamin Navat. I live on 146.
Thank you.
Sure. The open space, and Nicole, you can correct me if I make a mistake or add if I leave anything out. The open spaces throughout the building are not 24 hours. They will have limited hours, not too late. I don't think we've set that hour yet. We're open to suggestions from our neighbors of what that time is. Again, this is about health and allowing people space to be outdoors within the perimeter of the building and not outdoors on the sidewalk. Or I mean, people may go to the park, Riverside Park, obviously nearby, other parks. So yeah, it's not 24 hours, but that's something we're still working on, and welcome input from our neighbors.
Thank you. We're just going to go in order now. I have Lois Penny. You're my next hand raised.
Thank you. My question is, what is the safety plan to protect the school across the street and the people in the community? Not just the residents of your building, but the community as a whole. We have asked for it several times, so I'm asking once again, what plan is in place to ensure the safety of the community?
Could you be a little bit more specific, ma'am? Safety from?
Your residents. What happens, I'll put the question this way. What happens if one of your residents has an episode in the middle of the street, not on your property, that may endanger other people? What is your plan to ensure the safety of the people in the community and the school diagonally across?
Sure.
Should
Okay.
an incident occur?
Thank you. Appreciate the specificity. So the most important thing, and I'm just beginning with this, so bear with me a minute, I won't go on too long, is when people have stable housing, they tend to have stable health. So people who may have had histories of health issues that we see out in the street because they don't have stable housing, they don't have stable health, those issues get stabilized by the provision of the housing. That's one, but that's not the only thing. I know that wouldn't be enough to satisfy you. The 24-hour staff that we talked about have eyes. If you were able to see, I'm not sure if you're on the phone or on the Zoom, very intentional in our design is the ability to see out and see in. Yes, partly just because people like to sit in the lobby and look out and watch people walk by, but so that we can see something that's happening if it happens. Our staff are all trained, regardless of whether they are a formal licensed clinician, which we'll have some, or they're a porter, or they're a front desk worker, in how to intervene with somebody if they are having a crisis, because that happens. It'll happen at Manhattanville. It'll happen. It'll happen where I live. It has happened. I've helped somebody on the street where I live in Queens. It happens all across the city. What's most important to your point is that we will have staff around the clock, not waiting for a 911 response, though obviously that's the first thing is call 911, but not to overburden them, to assist them, to support them. We will be out there if it's a 911 thing, helping that person. If it's not a 911 thing, if it's just somebody maybe having a difficult time, maybe being a little confused, again, we'll be there 24 hours. We know our tenants. We'll go out and talk to them and guide them back. And that's a key part of it. We'll be able to monitor not just with our staff, but obviously cameras, both in common areas in the building and outside the building. And those cameras will be monitored by the front desk staff. So they'll be able to see what's happening on the street, both with their own eyes on the street through the windows, but also looking at the cameras that will cover all the sidewalks around. And again, important to have communication. If we're talking with each other, if we're, have the school wants to be a partner with us on the community advisory as sometimes they are, or other partners in the community, if the 3-0 precinct and others in the community, so that we have information. But the most important thing is, can we do the types of things that reduce the likelihood of those things happening? By having our staff in the building, by having those services in the building, we're going to catch things before they happen, right? If the front desk, if I'm living there, and my habit is usually to come in every day around 6 o'clock and go home and make dinner. This is when I retire, and I'm even older than I am now. And when I was off screen, you saw what I was like when I was young, had some hair. And all of a sudden I'm coming home at 10 o'clock at night. I'm not doing anything wrong, Ms. Petty. I'm just suddenly staying out a lot later than I used to stay out. The front desk staff are going to notice that. And they're going to mention to the social service staff. And maybe, tomorrow, one of the staff will come up to me and say, "Hey, Muzzy, how are things going? What's new? How you been?" And try to engage me in a conversation that may get at what might be changing my behavior, what might be changing my routines. Maybe it's a great thing. Maybe I met somebody and everything's good. Or maybe I relapse, because I'll be honest with you, relapse happens. Relapse happens in all housing, everywhere, because addiction doesn't discriminate. And I'm sure you know that. So those are just some of the tools and the strategies that we'll employ.
Thank you. Thanks, Muzzy. Thanks, Lois.
And again, just a quickly, the last thing is, don't take my word for it. Come to the Landing Road building, where we have 137 apartments just like this, studios, 1 bedrooms, 2 bedrooms, mostly formerly homeless. Many came through the HPD lottery, and that's exactly what we do. So don't take my word for it. Ms. Penny, come join me, come see.
Thanks, Lois. Lois, if you have a follow-up question, feel free to unraise your hand and then raise it again. And I am going to continue to move in the order in which the hands were raised. Mr. Walter Alexander, you're next.
Oh, good evening, all. Mr. Rosenblatt, we both used to work back in DHS back in the day. Okay, okay. I am a co-chair of the Senior Issues Committee of CB9. I'm hearing a lot of good things about the land and what you plan to do with it. I'd like to suggest, since you're having seniors in the building, that there be a component, a room maybe set aside. I would call it like a wellness room, which would include activities for the seniors on site as well as the seniors that live in the area. I envision something like arts and crafts, singing lessons, acting lessons, just something to do to keep the people involved in the community. And I just think this is a great opportunity to present that. I also see folks coming online for your soup kitchen things. You didn't mention whether that's going to continue. And it would also be nice, I really know it's a lot of other licenses, et cetera, to maybe have a senior health center there as well that serves food or activities during the day. So if that's not possible, just like something called the wellness room, which would bring people in, not only the residents and the clients that are coming for the facility, for the healthcare facilities, but something that would bring the community in, something that's positive, a positive injection for the seniors and others in the neighborhood. That's my comment and question.
Yeah,
Thanks.
let me
Go
take
ahead,
that, Muzzy. I was gonna say thanks so much for the suggestion. I think as I was able to show, and hopefully as we talk about how we can use some of the space, that main lobby area, because it is such a large area, certainly the ability to set up chairs in that lobby, have nice views into the courtyard. There's certainly an opportunity for us to be a community hub, to have opportunities to host community meetings, all of those things, certainly speeches from elected officials. They're always happy to speak. So there is an opportunity in this design specifically to achieve some of those goals.
And then that is exactly our goal, Walter. I couldn't agree more. In terms of just some of the other things that you mentioned, we don't operate a soup kitchen or a food pantry, but the Bowen Center does. And they will continue to do that in their temporary location, and they will continue to do that when they return. So that will be there, but I don't want to take credit for that. That's Emma Bowen Center, and it's a wonderful compliment for exactly the reasons you say. And it's why we're committed to bring them back to the building, because we believe in what they do. And we think it's so complementary to benefit the mental health services that they provide in the community presently, because the need exists in the community, in all our communities presently, and will continue to exist, and we'll be able to work with them at that. And then the socialization stuff, you couldn't be more right. And again, a lot of our stuff is not just feel-good stuff. It's supported by evidence, by research. The Chicago heat wave back, I don't know when it was, 10, 15, 20 years ago. There's a book about it, Heat Wave, Eric Kleinenberg. 700 people died in the Chicago heat wave, twice as many as died in the Chicago fire. They started to do the research and looked at who died and why did they die. And you would think it was about rich and poor. And to some degree it was, no doubt. But what was even more significant and more likely to predict whether or not people died or lived through the heat wave was, did they have community? Did they have a neighbor who knew them, who knocked on their door to check on them? Were they part of a community that was connected to each other, right? And so seniors, particularly alone and isolated, right? If no one's checking in on them, they're more at risk. But it'll be not just the job of the neighbors here, and it's not the job of a neighbor. It's wonderful when neighbors do it, but it'll be our job on site 24/7 to be making sure people are okay, and to do it in a proactive way, building community, building concern, creating spaces where community can actually come together and thrive together, just like they do in a library. But that's what we're trying to do here. So you're right on the money. I appreciate the question and the suggestion, and we will do that.
We are definitely a very strong knit community here in West Harlem. Thank you. Monique, I have your hand up next.
Thank you, Chair. Walter, thank you for asking the question. And that was pretty much a similar question that I had. And I had the chance to hear Muzzy speak as well as Nicole when you presented at the CAB at Harlem Hospital. Full disclosure, I sit on that CAB. You mentioned, Nicole, that with the green space, you're still trying to work out the particulars in terms of the accessibility of the green space, I guess, to community members, because I looked at the rendering of the lobby that's on Amsterdam and let's say 145th Street. Currently in that area, there's a playground type of area that is accessible for I guess young people, children, if they wanted to go there. Now that that's being removed, I'm wondering, you know, and that's considered community space. What thoughts are you having to recreate that space so that, as was stated, you're creating community? The people who are going to be living there can feel a part of this community, and we can feel part of the new space that you are developing. And I was glad to hear that you're creating space that will be accessible to members of the community, if I heard you correctly, Muzzy.
Go ahead, Nicole.
Yes, I think I'll restate sort of the locations that I mentioned, just because, as you can imagine, you know, we also have, yeah, it's a little bit of a more complicated answer, but we want to also control access, right? This is a place where people live, and so we need to be mindful of that, having access controls to the ability for folks to enter the apartment side. So there is, in some of those larger community areas, an opportunity to invite the general public out, but
And we
in a
do
bit
that
of
in
a
our
controlled area.
We do that in our other buildings, right? But what we don't want is, and I don't think anyone wants, is, you know, the local drug dealer to kind of come in and just walk in and say, well, this is a public space, I can be here too. And so we want to do it in a planned way, Monique, in a thoughtful way. As we've done, again, in our building in the Bronx, we've had Boy Scout groups, we've had community groups, we've had parents to say all types of things. The building we built in East New York and Brooklyn is a voting site. And again, because it's completely accessible, because we believe in accessibility. And so doing it and happy to work. And that's one of the reasons we want to create this community advisory council for the building. So we can think of how can we do this in a way that is maximizes inclusion of our neighbors and builds community, not just within the building, as you said, but across the community, but does it in a smart way. Right, and make sure, to Nicole's point, that we're being safe. So if we're going to have kids coming in to play, right, that we're doing it in a way that isn't, right. So maybe working with the Emma Bowen Center, we have certain hours that are playtime hours for parents and kids to come, right, and you register for that and you sign up for that, and we know that who you are, and we do it right, but not just anybody can walk in. So we want to open and share the space with the community. We just want to be smart. And we welcome your suggestions on how we can do that.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
And then I'm still on mute. Okay, thank you. So next hand up, Yuen Chin.
Thank you, Liz. Good evening, everyone. My question is, what are the community benefits that this project brings to West Harlem?
Housing.
Beyond housing, you know, beyond the housing, which is not necessarily for this community. I think, you know, we have enough shelters and supportive housing. And I'm going to put aside my political filter for a moment. I'm a taxpayer. I've invested in this community. And I'm kind of, you know, I'm frustrated with the amount of projects that come through here that does not address the needs of the middle class, people who actually contribute to the tax base of this community to make it, to stabilizing this community. I'm all about my, you know, I'm my neighbor's keeper or my brother's keeper, but enough is enough. What are the community benefits? on this project. You've taken away you've not returned anything to the community. The Amsterdam Avenue is losing a lot of its commercial spaces to social services. There are dead spots along Amsterdam Avenue. You know, what is this project bringing to the community? Me, as a middle class, working class, for 30 years, invested my time doing community work in this for the betterment of this community. What benefit does this bring me? I think it's about time we realize that our community is not all about supportive. It's not all about substance abuse, that there are other people who have invested in this community and work very hard to keep this community up.
Thank you. So again, just to be clear, 80 of the apartments are for low-income households. They're not supportive, though the services are available to anyone. 50% of the units are for people living in the community who may not have affordable homes. There are 500,000 households in our city, 500,000 households, not people. That's close to 2 million people who are paying rent, but using half of their income for the rent. This building, it's going to be really affordable, where you only pay 30% of your income in rent stabilized, not market.
I understand that.
50%. So that's one. We may not agree, ma'am, and I don't think we will, in all honesty. And
I don't think we will ever agree, but I just wanted
to
make the point that we need to start thinking of the community holistically, and it's not all about social services. And you know, if it were all 100% affordable, fine. But to bring all this other stuff, which potentially will be a problem at some point, you know, this just galls me. I mean,
I respect your
project
opinion.
bring nothing to the people who are paying taxes and invest in this community, period.
Thank you for sharing.
I just want to remind that we are going to be opening this up again at action items, and thank you, UN. I hear you. But I do want to just remind folks in the next couple of questions that we are going to have more conversation on this, on the broader impact in our community.
Thanks for jumping in, Signe. So we will continue to move on with our raised hands. I see Ms. Price, your hand is next.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much, Liz. In looking at the rendering that was done by BRC, I noticed there was a focus on the 146th Street side and the Amsterdam Avenue side. However, in your rendering, I saw something on the 145th Street side, and I don't know where that particular drawing or rendering is for whatever structure you have on 145th Street. And also if there are different entrance for people on 145th Street.
Thanks for the question. The main entrance, as I mentioned, to the actual the apartments will be mid-block on Amsterdam Avenue. So sort of the middle between 145th and 146th Street. The Bowen Center space, as we mentioned, that we designed specifically for them, their entrance will be a little bit closer, also on Amsterdam Avenue, but a little closer to 146th Street. 145th Street is not meant to be a main entrance. If anything, it's location of the bike room. So if folks have bikes, but the main entrance of the apartments will be on Amsterdam and 145th. In between,
so
sorry,
they're going to be two different entrances?
No, the main entrance is going to be on Amsterdam Avenue.
One entrance for the house.
For everybody?
Everybody who lives there will share the same entrance.
So I make $100,000 a year and I'm going to come in a building with someone
Yeah.
who is just
We don't have any separate entrances. There's no such thing as the pour door. That is not at all allowed by any stretch of the imagination. So everyone shares the same entrance to the building, correct?
Okay, I just see that being a problem because people have problems. And I've seen some of the other residences. And I'm just wondering if that's going to be addressed, how we get everybody in one door, in one mind. Thank you.
Yeah, again, this is, we work with people, but we don't segregate people. We apply our services and our strategies and our relationships with people based on who they are. We don't take a one-size-fits-all approach, but we don't discriminate. And there are buildings, I've lived in them, maybe others here have, maybe not. At different points in my life, when I earned different amounts of money, when I lived growing up, and we lived in the situation we were in, where we just lived in housing. And I heard yelling and screaming through the walls. And I heard things smashing against the walls. And there were no allocated homeless units, and there were no services on site. You know what? It would have been nice if there was somebody who knew how to help somebody who was getting the crap beat out of them. How wonderful would that have been? Or to see somebody coming home drunk, no matter how rich or poor, and say, hang on there, why don't we sit down here in the lobby for a bit? Let me get you a cup of coffee. Why don't we cool off before you go upstairs? Make sure you're okay. So we may disagree, and you may choose not to want to live in this building. But I think the strategy and the need for services exists everywhere, and the need for community and connection and the ability to be there to help people immediately and not wait to make a phone call for somebody to come. I was just reading the other day about 2 kids who were held hostage by a kind of foster parent because their adopted mother had died, and were abused for 6 months in an apartment building, not supportive housing, just an apartment building in the Bronx. And finally somebody called because they couldn't bear hearing the noise through the walls anymore. And those kids are barely alive today because somebody called. That wouldn't have happened in our building, because the first time we would have heard the noise, to Ms. Penny's question earlier, even before it goes out on the street, the first moment we hear the noise, not only do we go up, but we know how to intervene. And so that's why we do what we do. And I get that not everybody necessarily agrees with that, but that's why we do it. And I think we save more lives by doing that. We reduce violence, we reduce harm, and the data is there. So I get that some people are afraid, and there's nothing I can say that's going to make you not be afraid. But I'm telling you, it works.
Thank you. So just to remind everyone, we do have a number of hands still up, so we will get through all of these, but just to remind you, if you could try to direct your questions to the subject tonight really are the drawings and renderings. And if you have questions for where the services will be, I think that was a great question about whether there is 1 door or 2. I definitely have concerns. I know I would feel uncomfortable walking through 1 door with supportive housing personally.
But Liz, if you recall, you also came to our tour at Landing Road.
Yeah, this is not a depiction on you. It's just, I'm just telling you.
You're allowed to feel what you absolutely. You're allowed to feel what you feel.
No, I mean, I can say that the facility that we saw in the Bronx was well maintained, and the residents were, it was a no issue. It was just a lovely place. It was. So I'm not suggesting that this would be any different. That would just personally make me nervous.
I respect that. It's different. It's something different that people are used to, and something different. Difference is always something that you know, it takes time to adjust and get used to, and not everybody wants to accept different. I respect that. I don't agree, but I respect that you feel the way you do.
But my job here tonight is to facilitate. So I'm going to continue to go through my hands that are raised, and the next hand that I have raised is Andres.
Yes, thank you, Liz. Thank you very much. And my question is, I mean, I'm going to preface it really briefly, but let me just start out with the question. What is different about these plans compared to Landing Road? And I'll just say, it's good to see you here, Muzzy. I'm glad you've decided to show up. I think part of the response that you're getting is not just a difference of opinion, but some of the credit that you have earned by not showing up to this meeting about a project that has been in the works for so long. I said this when we met at the Kwanzaa party in December, but it's good to see that you've changed your mind. You know, they say in Spanish that the wise men change their minds, they think twice. Let's see if it's true. So the other thing is, back to my question, most of the data, right? And that's what this is about. Showing up is about doing it the right way, the smart way, speaking to the community, because the community really has a sense. You know, Ms. Penny's been here since the 90s when Hamilton Heights was the drug capital of the world. I'll try not to get too far off of broad. I'll try to, you know, keep this in mind. But the point is that 144th, 145th, and 146th in Amsterdam are the biggest drug dealing spots in our neighborhood. And Landing Road, from what I understand, is located at the end of a service road across the street from a park. A tranquil street that doesn't have a lot of drug dealers, that doesn't have the history of Hamilton Heights. So what is different about these plans compared to Landing Road? And what do these plans do to take into account the extreme trafficking that goes on Amsterdam Avenue and the history of the site? Thank you.
Great question. Thank you. Good to hear you again. I can't see you, but you can see me perhaps. And it was good to speak when we did last year. What's different in some ways isn't. By creating a 24-hour, both in the design, but also in the physical presence on that block, will discourage, again, all the evidence supports and suggests that nefarious activities seek quiet places, dark places where bad things can be done, where no one's paying attention. That building closes every night. It's not a 24-hour use. We'll have a 24-hour presence. It'll be brightly lit. And like I said before, not just 24 hours because people are living upstairs and go to sleep at night. It's 24 hours because the staff we have on site will be there at work, doing their job, eyes on the street. Similar as Landing Road. If you went to Landing Road before our building was built and you went into that park any morning, particularly a Monday morning after the weekend, you couldn't see the grass. You couldn't see the pavement because it was covered with liquor bottles. I know because I saw it when the building was being built. That became a place where people went to party. Our building is there. That park has been reclaimed for the community and by the city. The city now goes and cleans regularly because they don't need to bring front-end loaders to pick up all the trash because people aren't partying in the park like they used to. And so by creating this kind of life on this block, on Amsterdam that didn't exist, I know people live on 146 and 145, I know that, but bringing life now to the entirety of the block, all around the block, with a 24-hour working awake presence, that will significantly, I believe, diminish the behaviors that you're concerned about. So that's what I would suggest to answer your question, specifically about the design and the presence of the building and the way we keep, you know, those huge windows. I don't know if you could see them because I don't know if you're on the phone or on the Zoom, those huge windows that Nicole showed on the street, on the Amsterdam Avenue side, and the staff and the ability to see it as well as the cameras. Having cameras on buildings, if no one's looking at those cameras, what value is that? It's a value to the DA after the bad things happen. But those cameras being monitored by people who are right there, who can run out and do something about it and will, deters the activity from happening to begin with.
Okay, thank you. And yes, I saw, and I do think that it's a good point. And that, the design, again, should be contextual, right? And that's really what my question is about. Thank you.
Right, and it is. That's why, as Nicole said, while it's tall on Amsterdam Avenue, 9 stories, it drops on the side streets to be contextual to the side street and the brownstones that are there.
Thank you. And just, we're gonna keep going through our hands being raised. Just to remind everyone, we will be discussing a resolution that the community board has drafted at the end of this, after we get through the questions related to the proposed renderings and floor plans. So the next hand I see raised says Princess Lyles.
Well, so I think the last time we were together, I asked a question to Miguel. And unfortunately, it seems like the same circumstances that we had before still exists, in that I live on 146, and listening to this call, everyone just seems very naive of what's really happening on this block. It's a war zone. Every morning, I've got 2 daughters. We have to chase crackheads from off our street, off our block, every single morning. I told you last time to Google 146 in Amsterdam, and you'll see people, the first articles that pop up are people getting shot for stray bullets, or this one being stabbed, etc. And my biggest concern, and the question that I had at that time, and I'm wondering if you implemented this in those renderings or what have you, is how much time and preparation has been set alongside the police to understand what's really happening now, and then to build and adjust plans around that. In November, there was literally no interaction. And so as I think about the safety of what we have, and then bringing, quite candidly, if there's 120 people that need service, maybe 30% or probably even that 30 or 40 new customers to these young Black men who readily will have a bunch of new customers trying to figure things out. Like, that's things I just doesn't make sense to me at all. And so I'm wondering how much time has been set with the precinct there. And at the same time, the only other thing I would say is that, in addition to this feeling very naive, we're talking about green rooms, et cetera, the other challenge that I see happen is that everyone keeps saying how much they care about the community, how close to their community. This building, now as it stands, how much time has been spent with HHS today while we struggle to pour crackheads away from it now? It's the worst building in the 4 or 5 blocks radius. There's graffiti everywhere. There's trash everywhere. They hang out. How many people would just call to say, you know what? While they're trying to figure it out, MCB9 too, like, something is wrong with this building while the residents are cleaning this stuff up out of flower beds, crack valves and things like that, so our kids can actually plant flowers. It's a war zone. So I'll ask the same question. How much time has been?
I appreciate what you're saying. I can't speak to the management of the building as it is. We have no involvement in that.
But if there's, but you guys, the only thing I would say though, this is what I'm just talking about intent, because I talked about intent. If there is an intent, when people come to me and they say, I care, then I say, show me your works. And so to some extent, if you're that close, if you spent that much time actually being able to understand the blocks, clearly you guys understand the logistics of the block because the renderings look great. But while there, to see that and go, wow, you know what? We're talking to HHS. We care about this community. How about somebody come and clean some of this shit up? But just
I think it's a great idea. I would love to work with you on that. We have a large volunteer program, and I would love to put together a team to help start doing street beautification and street cleanup even before we move in, even before we tear the building down. I am willing to make that effort to work with you on that. Absolutely no question. Again, I think in the design, just trying to stay true to Liz here, and I think I appreciate what you said about it. But again, what I was saying to Andreas too, I think that will help in the future going forward as well. We work very closely with the precincts generally. I have not met. I will meet with the leadership of the 30th precinct to learn more from them about what we can do. We also, though this is for others, not for you, I think you heard me, this is not a drug treatment program. We do have drug treatment programs elsewhere, right where I'm sitting at 25th Street in my office, we also have an inpatient and outpatient treatment program. I'll bring some of my staff up there. We can try and do some street engagement. We're not cops, we can't arrest people, but we can try and see if we can pick a few people off to try and get them in. And if successful, we'll keep doing that. And definitely do some volunteer cleanup. So Miguel, do you have the contact information?
Yeah.
Okay, then we will. I'd love to meet you and work with that. And then I'd love for you, because I think you said it's show me the works or something to that effect. You know, again, come and see how we do it, where we do it already. So, you know, I'm not just talking to talk, I'm talking the walk. But I will come and walk 146 with you and bring some volunteers and try and set that up on a regular basis, and show our commitment even before 2027 immediately.
Yeah,
Thank you.
and
You would have to do
just
the
to add
entire
on,
community.
hi, sorry, just to answer your previous question, yeah, we did have a bunch of conversations since we last talked with the 30th precinct. I think Police Officer Stumer is actually on the line. He could, you know, if he wants, talk about the conversations that we've had since then and that we will continue to have in the future.
I think that's vitally important. And I think, you know, look, as a
Agree.
Well, yeah, I was just gonna say, thank you, for being on the call tonight. And, it's very upsetting, you know, I just live a couple of blocks and I can't imagine what that block is like for you all. So, thank you for continuing to be engaged in this process. And
Point of information, who is the city council person for this area that we're discussing?
John Abreu.
John Abreu.
He's
Well,
basically non-existent in this.
That's outrageous. I'm a Mark Levine guy, and I live at Columbia University on 115th Street. If this was happening where I am, Princess Lyles, I mean, this would not be happening, let me tell you.
It is a war zone. Sean Abro has been negligent.
That's
and
outrageous.
It's just, I will publicly
I
call
will
it out.
call him. I'm
No
gonna
one-
call him. I'll call him.
No one is, it is making it.
Well, let's do that. Let's not, I appreciate that sentiment, Hugh. If you can call, Neil, if you can call the borough president, that would be great. We're gonna keep moving along because our current chair, at least current for a couple more days or hours. Barry, you are up next.
Great, thanks. And I want to thank folks for coming out tonight, but I do want to clarify a couple of things in terms of the official position of the board. So first, this community board supports additional supportive housing. We have voted on it as a capital budget priority for several years now in our capital priorities and statement of district needs that we submit to the Office of Management and Budget to help inform the mayor's executive budget that they then present. And at the top of our list of priorities are affordable housing units. So I want to state that. I will also, for personal context, state that I live 2 blocks up from a supportive housing facility with 70 units and 1 block down from the Fortune Society, which is a halfway house with 115 units, and 1.5 blocks down from homeless shelters on Hamilton Place, and next door to a building that has some units that are used for scatter site housing for youth exiting foster care. And so, you know, this is not a community that is unwelcoming to people who have had challenges, to people who have faced or are facing struggles in their life. And this is a board that just voted to support unanimously the DHS contract for a homeless shelter for women with children on 147th and Amsterdam Avenue. And that was a long project for us. But I did want to ask a couple of follow-up questions. One, could you just explain, you know, we talked about the 80-ish affordable units and the 120 studios of supportive units. what is the floor by floor kind of layout of those? Are they intermixed? Are they separated by floor? How does that work?
Thank you, Barry, for the question, and thank you for your leadership of the community board and for those things that you have been able to make happen. They're all critical parts of our social fabric. In terms of the design, floors are not segregated, units are not. They're randomly distributed throughout the building. So there are studios on every floor. 1 bedrooms and 2 bedrooms, I think, on every floor. Correct me if I'm wrong, Nicole. I think 3 bedrooms, there's only a few of them. So obviously there's 9 floors or 6 3 bedrooms. They're not on every floor. But so the units are pretty much right. You have a line of studios, or you have a line of 1 bedrooms. And then how those studios are allocated, most but not all, are the supportive units and the remaining studios and all the 1 bedroom, 2 bedrooms are the low income units. But people are people, and there's no segregation of floor or unit by how it is that people are selected for this housing. Did that answer your question?
Yep, that answers that particular question. I'm going to use and perhaps abuse my remaining chair's privilege that I have this month and ask some follow-ups. One is, this is public land. This is being built with publicly subsidized money. One question that we have is, was there ever any consideration to make this a larger project so that we could have the return of all of our healthcare facility square footage and potentially ground floor retail, which would liven up the streetscape, to Yuin's point, and also more affordable units than are currently possible under the current proposal, which sticks within the R7A zoning and is an as of right proposal.
So we came to the project with again, like I said, we were selected. This was a decision made by the city and by Health and Hospitals, particularly as part of their intent to repurpose 5 different campuses across the city. And from the conversations I've had with them, their goal and interest from the outset was not the perfect, but the good. How do we do this basically as of right under the current context of what the current zoning is, so that we can get as much as we can possibly get built as fast, right? So there's both how much, but there's also how quickly that it can be done. And so those are somewhat competing variables. And so in order to do more, it's not theoretically impossible, would take a lot more time to go through a land use designation to change the zoning. And I think it was HHA's interest at the time we started, and clearly where we are now, as you saw with the fully designed building, that the time and investment that's already been put in the project at this point would be set back significantly to do that. So I get the question. It wasn't my decision. I get where you're coming from. I try to be a pragmatist and not let the perfect be the enemy of the good. Clearly, there is potential theoretically to do more, but it would take so much more time to get there. We have the ability to move forward. I mean, subject to the reviews, it had, like we said, has to be approved by the Health and Hospitals Board, has to be approved by the City Council. But we want to keep moving because the city needs housing, and let's generate what this site can generate right now.
So, this board has never been the enemy of the good on behalf of the perfect. That is, in fact, something we are pretty well known for, being very pragmatic, very reasonable. We were opposed to the homeless shelter proposal when it was first showed to us in January of 2018, 17. And in the end, we got a better shelter that had 9 2-bedroom units up from 0 and accepted pets, and also got an entire building worth of permanent affordable housing and a community benefits fund. And so, that to us is better than what was proposed. So it's good, but it's not perfect. It's not what we wanted, which was ironically a mixed supportive housing, affordable housing development. But you've touched on a nerve there. talking about speed and process because, and this is not meant to reflect on BRC, this is really an issue that we have with Health and Hospitals Corporation, which is that it's our understanding that you were selected as the developer for this site in 2019. And we, of course, found out about it in September of 2022. And Health and Hospitals' first words to me when I asked them about it were, I don't think you're supposed to know about that yet. And so, you know, one of the frustrations here is that had we been engaged at the beginning in 2019, we would have been through ULURP by now. You know, this is 2023. And so, again, this is not a question for you. And I apologize that you're hearing it right now from me, but this is really a gripe that we have had with Health and Hospitals Corp, which is that we have been locked out of this process until, you know, 3 years into it. And, you know, we could have made it better than it is now. And now we're stuck dealing with, you know, something that is less good than we probably could have made it. So that is a frustration. That is not a frustration we have with you. That's a frustration we have with Health and Hospitals Corporation. But I do think it is in the best interests of the city and this neighborhood and everyone if we had additional units of affordable housing on the site and the same or comparable amount of healthcare square footage, because the current proposal has 21,000 square feet roughly for Emma Bowen, but does not see the return of primary care services or ophthalmologic, I don't know if I got that right, services at the site. So there is a healthcare downsizing that's happening as a result of the project. So none of these are issues that I'm taking with your design or proposal tonight, but I think it's important context for at least the next 5 people who have their hands up after me.
I appreciate that and all the meanings of that word, Barry. Thank you.
Okay, we'll keep moving along. Just to keep everyone's eye on the time, it is 9 o'clock. We still have a full agenda ahead of us and a resolution to discuss. So we will keep going. Miss Daria Hardman, you're next.
Hello, I'll try to talk very quickly. I signed on a bit late, so I didn't actually see the rendering, but I've heard the conversation about it and the fact the entrances will be on Amsterdam and closer to 146th Street. I, as a person who lives at the corner of 147th in Amsterdam, that concerns me. I would have been much more comfortable with something like this, with the entrance being on 145th Street. As has been stated earlier, there's a whole lot going on Amsterdam. There's a whole lot going on in Amsterdam 146. There's a whole lot going on in Amsterdam 147. Those are residential. And something like this, you know, we have all high hopes for things like this, and they're all shiny and new until they're not shiny and new, and they don't stay shiny and new for long. All of the promises, all of the hopes, in terms of Muzzy, you were saying, well, people will come out. This is New York, and if they do, if somebody does jump out and play and go to help and go to stop things and all of that, it'll be the first in my 25 years in New York to see people actually doing what they're supposedly hired for. And that's no disrespect to what you guys are trying to do, but let's just be serious. We all live in this city, and we all know how security guards and things, how they actually behave as opposed to what traditionally we expect them to be doing. It doesn't always happen like that in New York City. Again, in terms of the entrances, just I have to piggyback off what was said before about it being a war zone. It is. I live on 147th Street. There are a couple of places that are closed for till programs that have been, you know, for like 10 years, and other places. And there's a school, an elementary school across the street, And literally there are crackheads sitting on stoops, smoking crack every day, all day. And Muzzy, you said something about this happens in the dark. It does not. It happens in broad daylight, morning, noon, and night, full, they're turning tricks, they're selling crack, they're smoking it. It is all of that. This is all of that stuff that we see on TV. That's not what the real is. The real is it happens everywhere, and it's happening everywhere all day long here. So a place for people who are in transition, first of all, for them to be put here, which is too much for our community. But if it's happening, you also have to take into account that you are putting people in transition with a bunch of active, drug abusers and mental health people who have mental health issues. And I don't know how that is helpful to them or to us. Again, back to the plans, and I'll wrap it up. To me, a lot of things a lot of action tends to happen around entrances, and 145th Street being more of a corridor and all of that, it would just seem if there was going to be some new action around here, that it would better serve us, the people around here, if you put that action on 145th Street and not on the smaller streets. We already have too much going on. We already have too much going on these streets and on Amsterdam. So I'll stop there. There's just so much. And this is very respectfully, but please consider those things. And I guess my question is, why wasn't 145th Street made the entrance? Why is that not happening?
I mean, I think the most basic element, and I'll let Nicole chime in if I get this wrong. I try to listen well to her and learn. Is somewhat to do with the grade of the site. So we wanted to have a big open lobby, like we were describing, for all the reasons we did. And Amsterdam gives us that level grade. When you go to 145th, because of the slope, right, you don't really have the ability to have that kind of. If 145th was level, I think it would be a different story. But because of the slope of the site, it creates challenges from the design to create an access point that really gives that kind of broad open visibility that is also important to the goals that we're talking about. I'm getting a nod, an affirmative nod. Thank you, Nicole. But I hear you. And again, an invitation not to take my word for any of this, but to come to one of our buildings and not just talk to me, talk to people who work there, talk to people who live there, both the supportive tenants and the low-income tenants, and be your own judge.
Yeah, understood about you. I'm just talking about the dynamics of the community that you're coming into, not what you're doing over there. I know what's going on here.
I hear you. I hear you. And I didn't mean to say it doesn't happen in the light. You're absolutely right. I'm saying the dark is often a magnet. The more we can turn on the light, the more we reduce it. But I get that it happens in the light too. And again, we're trained to intervene, and we know how to intervene. And we've had great success in doing that. Not perfect. We don't always succeed, but we succeed more than we fail, and we succeed a lot more by existing than if we didn't. So I, again, would only encourage you not to take my word, but to come see what we do and how we do it.
Please consider putting the entrance on 145th Street. That'll help.
I heard you. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Daria. I have Heather Jason next.
Very quickly, is this a non-smoking building? where is the designated smoking area for this building, as well as where is the designated area for pet waste, if pets will be allowed in this building?
Those are good questions. Nicole?
Yeah, we typically don't allow pets unless they're service animals, you know, required by a particular disability. You're right to ask the question about smoking. Actually, when we talk about some of those, not even energy efficiency, but health standards, there is a lot of push towards going towards a no smoking building. I don't actually make the operational decisions of the building. So
I am pretty sure that I'll double check on this and get back to you, that that in our new units, they are smoke free.
right, it's typical
That is clearly a goal, not easily enforced. If somebody chooses to smoke in their unit, it's a hard thing. You're not gonna pick somebody over it. But it generally works. And then we have smoking in our, one reason is, I think we would designate one of our open spaces for smokers and have sand-based ashtrays as well, so that people aren't smoking in front of the building. And then there's, you know, butts that you can't pick up, but creating a space.
Please provide the board with the designated smoking area so that
Yeah, fair question.
smoking isn't done on my stoop. You know, there's a serious problem with that. And for the service animals, where is the designated area on the property for waste and not on my property?
I don't think we have one, but I hear you, and I'm a dog owner, so we will have one, because service animals are becoming much more common. And I'm a believer in it. So this is a little internal struggle we're having. So
yeah, highly likely it would be on that main lower level where the utility is, right? In coordination with the maintenance team, for sure.
And we
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Time the building opens.
So we're gonna continue on. I just want just some housekeeping because it is already 9:15. The last hand I see raised is Ben Naveau. So Ben, you will be the last during this session. If we need to come back to any other questions, we'll do it at the end. Once we complete Q&A for this portion.
Liz, I do see 6 people raising their
Yeah,
hands,
no, I'm
but
just
okay, got it. We're stopping it.
Yes, we're stopping at Ben.
Got it. Okay, stopping at Ben, guys. So we're cutting it off at Ben. 6.
And then we know that there are people here for the Morningside Heights rezoning, and we want to get to you. I know that this is taking a lot of time. Thank you for your patience. I want to just let those people know that we will come to Morningside Heights as soon as we wrap this Q&A. Monica, you are up next. Miss Monica?
Monique.
Oh, Monique, I'm sorry.
Okay, because there is a Monica. That's why I wanted to make sure it wasn't Monica. Quick question. It was mentioned that the facility is across the street from a school. So have you guys been in communication with the principal at the school, PS 153, and also some of the other programming that caters to young people? What kind of conversations have you had? Because the families are coming and they have children. Obviously, you want to make sure they're acclimated into the programming, but more importantly, addressing the concerns and make sure that our young people in the community are well taken care of. Thank you.
Miguel, do you want to speak to?
Yeah, sure. We have reached out to the school. We are planning to have a presentation with the parents and the PTA. We've also reached out to organizations like Brotherhood Sister Soul that caters to youth organizations. Happy to also schedule with the Boys and Girls Club. We are in the process of doing all of that now.
Thanks, Miguel.
Okay, sorry, I'm multitasking.
I had my hand raised. I'm not sure if you saw that.
I do, yep. So the order that I have is Monique just finished. I have from the 30th precinct, P.O. Sumner, Shanika, Matt, Tiffany, and then Ben.
Okay, because you said that that was the last question, but all right, thank you.
Good evening, everybody. For all who don't know who I am, my name is P.O. Stumer. I'm the crime prevention officer at the precinct. And kind of what my job is to educate the community on the issues that we're facing, as well as kind of be an expert when it comes to, you know, preventing crimes, you know, businesses, you know, just some tips to help them out with. And I'm gonna keep my portion very short. I know everyone wants to be heard. I just want to speak on behalf of the 30th precinct. We are in constant contact with BRC. We will continue to be in contact with BRC through this entire process, and not just from the initial planning phases, from day one to day, however long they are at this location. You know, we are very aware that the 145 Amsterdam corridor is arguably one of the busiest all in Manhattan North. And we want to make sure that the residents of this community feel safe, where you're not worrying about taking your kids to school. And being able to be in constant communication with BRC is crucial. And, you know, that's something that at least on our end, we want to keep that way, because, you know, if we lose communication, that's when, you know, we're feel like we're going to fail the community. I will probably be the go-to contact going forward between BRC and the precinct, as well as my commanding officer, Captain Rivera, who has just stepped into the role. We're going to try to schedule a meeting with them just to make sure what her issues that she's hearing from the community, as well as my community affairs officers, that they are addressed. I'm going to leave my contact information in the chat. If anyone would happily reach out to me, I'd be more than happy to answer any questions. And thank you guys for having me tonight.
Thank you so much for being here. Shanika?
Hi, okay, good evening, everyone. Thank you for the presentation. So a couple of quick points, not a ton of questions, but a couple quick points. And I did make one in the chat about the smoking. I don't think that it's difficult to check smoking levels. So that would be something that BRC can address. Obviously, you have the right as building owners to check. Obviously, you have to announce that you're going to check, but if there's suspected smoking, you have the right to check. Smoke sensors are not expensive. I work at a hotel. We use them all the time. They're not expensive at all. So that's kind of not, for me, with a building with seniors who may have breathing issues, air quality is important. So that's my first thing. Also, that site was slated to be a methadone clinic at one point. I remember, well, not slated to be, but like a clinic came to the CB9 meeting to try to introduce themselves to us and maybe have a methadone clinic. So this is obviously a better option. The site is owned by H&H Health and Hospital, so it's not going to go the way many people on the call may want it to go. It's going to go to the way of a health related thing. So that's my 2 cents. If we have to have something, it would be better to have affordable housing. It's obviously though, and I'm so glad that P.O. Sumner was here. This is something that you need to work with your elected officials and your neighborhood police officers with, because as everyone has already mentioned, it's disgusting on Amsterdam Avenue. Just download the Citizen app if you're not sure. Put your location to the area that you're looking at. You will see a man chasing someone with machete, man pounding sidewalk with hammer, assault, fights. Amsterdam Avenue has enough going on without additional concerns. And so I would really like a little bit more consideration and forethought from BRC. Obviously, you are working on behalf of H&H, but since you are and your name is attached to it, it'd be great if you really enlist your power to get the other political people behind you, so that we can try to have somewhere for these other people that are sort of left out of the system. Because unfortunately for them as well, while they may create terror for the neighbors, they themselves also need assistance. And so that's something. And then the last thing I wanted to mention was, oh, well, we already talked about the precinct and PO, something got on. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. And again, I'm not sure if you were here when I was speaking with Mr. Lyles, but if I said that correctly, if not, I apologize.
Yeah.
You know, we will bring our resources. We won't wait till we open 4 years from now. We will bring our resources both to help clean up and to help and engage addicts to come to our programs elsewhere to get help. You can't force it, but we can try, and that's what we do all the time with some success. So I appreciate you bringing that up.
If we can see you moving forward with it, it's easier for us as a community to have your back and help you move forward that way and have that support. So we would love to see that from you. All right. Thank you.
Thanks, Shanika. Matt Thurber.
Thanks. I'm a neighbor on 146th and a member of Concerned Citizens for a Better Harlem. And my primary question, which really hasn't been touched necessarily by other folks, which is why I'll restrict it to this one, has to do with the staffing plans that you have. Would there be any system in your estimation for earmarking a certain level, number of staff, the level of credentials of the staff, the salary levels, so that, you know, it didn't start out at one level and then sort of devolve as situations happen, to it being understaffed or staffed by people who really are not capable of dealing with what will be most likely a very trying situation. You know, a lot of people have mentioned that this area in itself, but right outside the doors, it's already challenging enough in that regard. There's a major drug buying center at the corner of 146th in Amsterdam. Often those people are sent out by the drug dealers to use the drugs elsewhere, often across the street on 146th on the other side of Amsterdam, where we see this every day. So again, is there anything reliable that would keep staffing levels at the very high level that they would need to be in order to make this a viable thing for not only the people in the programs or the, you know, but also for the community? Because if this were to devolve into a situation where there was really little control, no one would be helped by this. It would be a blight for everybody, including the people who this claims to want to help. And I just want to make one more statement too. In regards to the smoking, sorry, I said I wasn't going to do that, that Shanika Wilson brought up. There is a local law that was put into place about 8 years ago. I think it's number 192, that New York said that all buildings have to declare whether they're smoking or non-smoking. And it would be hard to imagine that a building owned by Health and Hospitals wouldn't immediately
Right. So
to call itself non-smoking. But anyway, sorry.
Right. So yes, it'll be a non-smoking building. That is our policy in new buildings. Again, that doesn't mean that there aren't sometimes some challenges there to enforce that, but generally we're pretty good at that. And again, don't take my word, come see. In terms of the staffing, you know, you're right on the money, literally and figuratively. And that is the key to what we do. Our biggest expense at BRC is our workforce. Our biggest investment is our workforce. The staff at BRC are unionized staff. We're represented by DC 37. We've been unionized for decades. It's not just a thing that we were coerced to do. It's something we've done almost since we started 50 years ago. And we've got great labor management relations with the union. And we invest in our workforce in terms of salaries, in terms of benefits, in terms of retirement savings, health insurance, which is on a progressive basis, a lot of time off, tuition assistance, professional development, and promotion from within. And so almost 75% of our supervisors and managers are people who started within the organization at a lower level and were promoted up through the ranks. And the most important part of retention is, not just did I get a cost of living adjustment, but do I have a career path? Can I grow and make this my professional home? And that's been exactly our philosophy. Of course, not everybody does it, but I think compared to our peers, for all those reasons that I articulated, we have, relatively speaking, a high attendance rate and a high staffing rate. And we saw this during the pandemic, where lots of organizations saw people quit. We were growing, we were hiring, and people stayed, partly because we took care of staff. Because we can't take care of other people, we don't take care of the staff, which is your point. To talk about all this goodwill about housing people who need housing, but you're not investing in the people who you're saying are going to be there to take care of people, support people, look out for people, it just doesn't add up. And you're absolutely right. We invest in staff. It's like, what they say when you get on the plane, if you're taking care of somebody else and there's a loss of cabin pressure, the air masks drop, take care of yourself so that you can take care of somebody else. We take care of staff so we can take care of people.
Would there be a system in place where funding levels were maintained or grandfathered, so that it was, as situations change with the economy or
right? So we have a budget in addition to the rent roll that funds our operations. We get contracts with the city that are multi-year contracts that fund a lot of the staffing positions, and that revenue is set. And so, yeah, that's, and again, everybody who works in the building will be a BRC employee. We won't outsource security. It's our work. We won't outsource the maintenance of the building. That's our work. You work for us, you get the dignity and respect. And again, creating spaces, not just for people to live with dignity, but to work with dignity and be treated with dignity. Is really important, and all that training that I spoke of as well, not just training for advancement, but training so you know how to do your job. That's really important.
Thanks for your time.
Thanks for your question.
Thanks, Matt. Next, we're going to move on to Tiffany, who's a member of this committee.
Good evening, and thank you for attending. Of course, in a moment when I like to speak, Athena wakes up. My apologies. So, sorry, one second. Could you please close the door? Okay. I think some of the pushback that you're hearing, and Barry spoke a little bit, and I'd like to actually piggyback on what he said about some of this possibly not being your fault, because the community did not know about this until 4 years after the fact. So this, nonetheless, though, so if you are inheriting a problem that was a dereliction of someone else's duty, there is still an opportunity for you to correct that. There's a lot of concern about trust, or rather the lack of trust that we have, because besides this being kept under wraps, there still, what I believe, was ample opportunity for BRC, especially being new in this community, to do something like door knocking or putting up flyers just to get some community feedback for example, a needs assessment or to begin a conversation. The biggest red flag for me was the fact that when asked several times about ownership of the land, it was told to us that no, it was, I believe, Barry, correct me if I'm wrong, Health and Hospitals. But then we found out that actually, no, that's not the case. And this should have gone through ULURP. So this issue of trust, it doesn't sit well with me, because it makes me wonder in the future, and even now, what and to what extent can anything that you're saying be taken at face value? The other concern is BRC's capacity to embark on such a project. And Nicole, I know I've already asked you this question before, but I have to put this out there again. The state comptroller audited BRC in 2021 and found that for that Penn Station project that was supposed to be just $5 million, $1.1 million of that was being spent inappropriately. And I know Nicole mentioned that, well, we have employee appreciation. I don't disagree with that. I think employees should be valued and shown that. However, one of the other points mentioned in the report was that frequently the office was closed at crucial moments. So to the point that Lois Penny mentioned about if one of your residents has a relapse, again, I don't feel confident that if such a thing were to happen again, that you would meet, BRC would have the capacity to deal with such an issue, especially since we have some of the most vulnerable people directly across the street from that project. Lastly, the location of the site, I think it was Daria who mentioned this. With all of the drug use, essentially we would be dangling temptation in front of people that are more vulnerable to relapsing if they're supposed to be coming off of drug use, for example. So I really don't think that this is the right location for such a project. Lois Penny asked for a safety plan. What you described sounded more reactive than proactive. If someone is being accosted or assaulted or even murdered, I don't see how a security camera is going to bring that person back to life. And lastly, you are given an opportunity right now to correct some mistakes, which you may or may not be responsible for, but nonetheless, I would really urge you to listen to some of the concerns and suggestions that are mentioned, such as putting the entrance on 145th Street. And finally, the 200 apartments, only having 3%, 6 apartments as 3 bedrooms is really offensive in a community where so many people have families. If you want people to stay in this neighborhood, then you can start by giving people from this neighborhood a space that is actually something that they can thrive in for the long term. And I would also like to hear more about those numbers of the, for example, 16% 1 bedrooms, 13% 2 bedrooms, and 3% 3 bedrooms. What numbers specifically are going to be set aside for people in this community? Thank you.
Thanks. A lot there. Not enough time to get to all of it. I'll just stick to the things that are specific to the site and the design. And so again, you have the right numbers on the split of the apartments, and then overlaying that is a 50% designation for Community Board 9 preference.
So preference is different from set aside, and I'd really like to ensure that of that 50%, it will be guaranteed that people in this community are going to that 50%. And again, the numbers, for example, the 3% that are 3 bedrooms, what number of those 6 units will be set aside for people in Community Board 9?
It depends on what people apply for. So if we see people applying for different compositions and that gets to the 50%, then we're there. So, and in terms of those preferences and designations, those are not ones we make. I hear your issue of trust. I know we're here, the city is not. These are HPD rules, it's HPD funding. That is the golden rule that we are a part of, that the gold makes the rules. And so in order to receive the funding, we've got to abide by the rules. To your point about audits, the facts were a little misstated, but not to litigate it. The control, well, just briefly, the controller, state controller, Napoli, incredibly confused man, an incredibly confused audit team that both criticized us for being in the office and not having outreach workers out of the office and engaging with homeless people, and then also criticized us when the office was closed because the staff were out in the field. And so if you can untangle and figure that one out, and there's a long list of things that make absolutely no sense in his audits of us, including the issue of the money, which turned out not to be what we owed, then I'm happy to hear that out in another forum.
All right.
But in terms of the building, those are the city's rules. And all of us elect people to make those rules, and then we live by those rules. And I hear that they frustrate you, and I respect that, as some of the other rules have frustrated some of the others. And I hear the concerns about trust with the city, and I respect that too. We are trying to be here to listen and to incorporate what we can and to continue the conversations that we have been having and will continue to have in that spirit of communication, but we won't always agree.
No, so I understand that there are people out in the office and there are people also out in the field. I used to work as an interpreter with many of those social workers, but you still must have staff that is located in the office to address other needs. So this is basically a capacity.
It's not a residential program, apples and oranges. Here, we're in the building 24 hours a day because that's our job. In an office that is there as a support space for the staff who primarily are doing outreach.
You need both.
It makes complete sense for the office to be closed at certain times. So
you need, so you have a capacity issue. And that brings me to the last thing, which was that Reverend Morgan Thomas said during one of our previous meetings that BRC is in the business of homelessness services. You do not have experience with supportive services. So that is also the concern, is about your capacity, again, the ability to embark on such a project.
And again,
I don't see how this was corrected after the comptroller's audit.
So we have, again, we're mixing a whole bunch of things. Let's stick with what this project is, housing. So whoever made that statement that you were referencing is incorrect. And that's why we're here, is to inform and clarify. And we have about 1,000 units of supportive housing already. We have 137, and I'm not making it up, Liz and Signe were there and saw it. We have a building in East New York that we built, that we manage, that we operate. We have a building we're building now in Beach Channel Drive. We have a building we have 3 buildings on the Lower East Side, back to our early days on the Bowery, that we've renovated and we run as supportive housing. We have scatter site apartments that we run and operate as supportive housing. We have 193 family units that we operate low-income housing with on-site supports in the Bronx that we took over from the city and a bunch of slumlords who got paid a lot more money and didn't do anything. And we're going to renovate and repair those buildings, similar to what you were hearing NYCHA is going to do with the Manhattanville campus. So whoever said we don't have experience can say what they want to say. It doesn't make it true. And the controller can say what they say. It doesn't make it true. And so, specific to 1727, I respect that some people don't want to see it there at all. I respect some people want to see something even bigger there. I respect a lot of difference of opinions. What our plans are, working with the city in partnership with their funds, is to build the kind of housing, as I said at the beginning, because some folks have joined later, maybe you did too, that this is 1 of 10 sites as part of a Housing for Health initiative that is an initiative of the Health and Hospitals Corporation to create 1,600 units of housing across the city, specifically to meet the needs, or primarily to meet the needs of people who are frequently using New York City Health and hospital space, are staying longer in hospitals than they need to because they don't have a place to live, are going back to shelters because they don't have housing, and are getting sick again because they don't have a stable place to live and to take care of their health as well as they could.
So why is Emma Bowen being given
So we can debate whether that's a good policy or not, but that's not my debate. We were selected as 1 of 10 developers by the city to develop this, by Health and Hospitals, to develop a health and hospital site. And we are doing the best we can. We're sharing with you everything about the building, the floor plans, the designs, the staffing levels, and our approach, and inviting
There
you.
are 4 healthcare facilities in the building. Why is only 1?
I listened, and I'm now answering, and I can't speak for the decisions Health and Hospitals made. What I can say is when Health and Hospitals said that they were launching an initiative to do housing and health, we said we want to be a part of that. We got on a pre-qualified list, and we were selected to be a part of that. And so if you don't believe in that idea, I respect that, but that's not what we're here to discuss tonight. We're here to give you clarity on what it is we're doing.
Please share the RFP with the community. Thank you. Please share the RFP with the community. I would appreciate that much.
Ben Naveau, hopefully I'm pronouncing that correctly, and we're gonna wrap this up.
Okay, thanks. I'll make it real quick. Two should be relatively straightforward questions. A neighbor here on 146th Street. One is the security presence in the building, will they have a mandate to interact with the surrounding community if they see things, or will their mandate be to be essentially hold down the fort of the building? And the other question was, you had mentioned that this is housing and that everyone will have a lease, but reasonably, I've worked at Bellevue, I've worked for health and hospitals. I know the types of patients who frequently fly to our hospitals. These are not people who hold down steady incomes. Where do you expect the income from these actual supportive units to be coming from directly?
Sure. Let me take them in reverse. So people who have some chronic health issues, it might be physical or it might be mental health issues, are thankfully we still have a robust social safety net in our country as well and in our city. If people are at a level where their health precludes them from working, they get Social Security disability. And that's a significant, substantial, robust piece. We also said, again, it may have been before you joined, that whoever lives in the building, 30% of what they earn, if they have an earned income, is what they contribute, and the rest is contributed.
No, I know that. I meant the supportive housing, who I know are chronically unemployed, will generally have both health problems and mental health problems, as well as substance abuse.
They receive a rental subsidy, right? So supportive housing, typically folks receive a rental subsidy that covers the cost of their apartments.
And then
So
Ben,
they'll
sorry,
be
tired. I blanked on the first question. Can you remind me?
whether security within the building will be expected to interact with the surroundings, or whether they will be essentially turning a blind eye to things that are adjacent if they're not directly affecting the building itself.
So not a little bit everything. I mean, it's not an absolute go out and be the enforcers on the street. So they have a variety of responsibilities. Their primary responsibility is the residents in the building and the building itself. And that I hope that makes sense. But that's not their only responsibility. The responsibility to achieve that responsibility, you can't wait till something's at your front door to realize you've got a problem. And so to be aware of what's happening in the community, on the block, around the building, in the surrounding area, particularly, but not exclusively, if it involves, to Ms. Penny's question, the behavior of a resident in the building, whether it's their interactions with a neighbor or a neighbor's interactions with them. But that said, and I've again seen this happen with my colleagues here at BRC, to Matt's point, and I've done it myself. When we see somebody on the street who looks like they need help, we don't ask them to show an ID to tell us where they live. We help. If we see something wrong, because we have ongoing, recurring, just as Officer Stummer articulated, sorry if I got that wrong, we have open lines of communication that don't go through 911, that go through the neighborhood conditions officer, that goes through the teams of officers we work with. And if we see situations that are concerning to us, and probably what's concerning to us is going to be concerning to you, we're going to use those relationships that we have institutionally that we've built to get those situations addressed. Because if someone's dealing drugs on the corner of 146 in Amsterdam, it's not just a concern for the 200 households in our building, it's a concern for all of you who live down the block and across the street. So we have a mutual interest here. It's not a you and us, it's all of us together, that we're going to be a partner with you in these efforts.
Liz, can I just ask about the 68% that is studios, and how do you refer to that as households? I mean, Muzzy, how would you feel about somebody building 200 units next to where you live with 68% of them studios?
Love it. I mean, I lived in a studio for a long time. So
No, but how would you like a building next to you with 136 studios in it? Who
I'm
lives
not
in those studios except people who don't have any money, who are troubled and having a And by the way, 200, in my opinion, I live in a building with 35. I'm also the chairman of my block, and I'm also the former editor of Wisdom's Child magazine. And
Yeah,
Muzi, I've done a lot of work with Project Renewal. I
I'm
got to
not-
tell you, I know what you're dealing with. I know what you're dealing with. But
Okay.
I got to tell you something. This thing does not belong in Community Board 9. It
Mr.
does not
Hurwitz?
belong
What a
where you're
slice of
putting it.
pizza
Mr.
at the
Hurwitz?
cafeteria, that person might be living in the studio. If you ever went to the laundromat to do your laundry and needed to buy some detergent, that person might be living in a studio. If you ever had your shoes shined, that person might be living in a studio. If you ever took
Muzzy, 68% of 200.
Okay, Mr. Hurwitz,
No.
we actually were stopping with Mr. Navat. And I think Liz,
Yes,
set that line. We've given 2 hours to this. We've given and this will be addressed on our Thursday general board meeting, but with a much shorter time frame because we have a hard stop at 9 p.m. on Thursday, and we have the Commissioner of Sanitation coming to that meeting to talk about the pilot program for containerized waste. But I will turn it back to Liz to close this out.
Thank you, Barry. Neil, I know you've asked a number of questions in the chat. If you have more, feel free to put them in the chat, but we really do have to move on. We do have people here from Morningside Heights, and I'm so sorry. I know the community could talk about this.
I'm from Morningside Heights. I'm here from Morningside
All
Heights.
right, good. Let's do Morningside Heights.
Please, thank you. Do you need one of us? Would you like me to stay to when you have the resolution discussion? I'm happy to stay if there are questions that come up then, or would you prefer us not to be here?
It's not necessary. I mean, you're welcome to stay on this meeting as long as we go, but it's not necessary.
Thank you, Barry. Been keeping tabs on the Mets Yankees. The Yankees just scored a run and they're up 7-6.
Good.
For your time.
I'm a Mets fan. It shouldn't surprise anyone.
Okay, well, thank you, everyone from the BRC team for being here again tonight. We will continue this discussion on the proposal in a few minutes. We are going to, Signe, if you're there, I don't know if we need to put the agenda back up. Is Mr.
Yeah, I can do that.
Is Mr. Robert Stern here? He's usually our leader for Morningside Heights.
Yes, I'm here. Hi.
Hello. Thank you for your patience with us.
Hello.
Signe, we're not seeing anything.
Yes, I have bad connection. Just give me a second. Let me see if I can get the agenda back up. But it's, I didn't have that specific in our old bill, move it up.
We can see it now.
Does someone need to share their screen?
For the Morningside rezoning discussion?
Yes.
Robert,
That
do you
is
want
a
to,
good
do you
question.
want me to
Robert?
give the Robert, do you want me to give the update since I was in the past 2 meetings?
That's fine, Barry. You were there with DCP and your sponsor representing Community Board 9. So please go ahead and I can comment if you need me.
Okay. So I know a lot of you've been waiting for this particular topic. The Morningside Heights area is the only neighborhood within West Harlem that has not experienced a rezoning in the past 50 years. Hamilton Heights was rezoned, including the 1727 site, in 2011, I want to say, 2012 maybe. And the Manhattanville area was rezoned as part of the city and state's agreement with Columbia University for their Manhattanville campus that they then seized by eminent domain. Not that we're still bitter or anything, but the Morningside Heights, south of 125th Street zoning has not changed since I think 1961. So for 30 years, Manhattan Community Board 9 has been banging on about rezoning Morningside Heights. Morningside is a particularly unique neighborhood because much of the land is owned by large nonprofit institutions like Columbia, Barnard College, Teachers College, Bank Street, St. Luke, St. John the Divine, Jewish Theological, Union Theological, it's a lot of them. And they have the capacity to sell massive amounts of air rights and put up towers, which is what we have seen Jewish Theological Seminary do with selling their air rights and one of their buildings on 122nd Street, which was then developed into that god awful building. What is it called?
The Vanderwater.
The Vanderwater. Thank you, Robert. And then Union Theological Seminary, which sold one of its buildings and its development rights and is building or almost finished building the Claremont Hall, I think they're calling it, which is the large tower across from Riverside Church. So both of these buildings are entirely luxury, with rents ranging from $4,000 to $16,000 a month. And the UTS building is a condo building with units going for millions of dollars. So the goal of this rezoning, which has been in the works in this iteration for about 10 years, 8 years, is to rezone Morningside Heights to make affordable housing developments more better able to compete with the alternative all luxury potential developments on a given site. It does that by imposing height caps through its use of contextual zoning districts. Morningside Heights currently has 1960s era zoning districts, which do not have height caps, which is why you have these towers. And the height caps in a contextual district prevent the amassing of all of these air rights from a block and piling it up into one place. That's part of it. The second part is it does create new development rights, expanded development rights on certain lots adjacent to mass transit. This includes 125th Street and Broadway on the southeast corner where the Duane Reade and the one-story retail is. This includes, I think, the former Columbia Spectator building and Chase Bank building on Broadway and a few other sites. To be clear, Community Board 9 has only been involved with sites north of 110th Street. Sites south of 110th Street are in Community District 7, and Community Board 7 appropriately and rightly, has the right to comment on those areas of the rezoning. But the proposed rezoning in total would create about 1,060 new units, and 25% of them would be required to be affordable. And that is before any city or state or federal subsidies that may deepen affordability or increase the number of units that are affordable. In addition to the increase, in addition to the 1,000 extra units of housing, there would also be requirements for easements at definitely 125th Street, where there is, a process in the works to create an elevator or set of elevators to serve the 125th Street station on the one line, and potentially at 110th Street and Broadway to create hopefully a second entrance on the downtown side and potentially an elevator at that station, although that is less clear because of the way the zoning for transit accessibility amendment was written. So this has been going on for a very long time. Under former Mayor de Blasio, forever curse his name, the Department of City Planning declined to conduct a neighborhood rezoning study in Morningside Heights, saying that it would not create enough units of housing and would thus not be worth the staff resources the department would have to expend to put together a rezoning study. To which we, along with then council member Mark Levine and city council speaker Corey Johnson, said, well, that's fine, we'll do the rezoning study. And so for the first time, a community board is a co-applicant on a neighborhood rezoning, and our other co-applicant is the city council land use division, who have conducted much of the rezoning process. And they are now paying Philip Habib and Associates to conduct the environmental assessment statement, which is required for all proposed rezonings, big or small, one lot or a whole neighborhood. We had hoped to have this done by the end of 2021. We clearly did not. So this has meandered along. We held our first interdivisional meeting with the Department of City Planning, which is supposed to be the department's first chance to get to know a proposal and provide their feedback. In this case, it was not the department's first look at this rezoning proposal, and they did provide their feedback, which was asinine. In particular, they said the department had not done a rezoning like this since Bloomberg. They, of course, neglected to take note of the fact that the department is not doing this rezoning. They had the opportunity to, and they passed on it. So the community board, along with city council, is doing this rezoning. The department's proper role is to the assessment of it and then to the report on it to the City Planning Commission as part of the ULURP process. We put a bunch of links in ULURP in the chat earlier. We will continue our environmental assessment statement. We will also produce a racial equity impact statement, or report rather, which is a new requirement. And we do hope to address a number of non-conforming buildings that would result or remain as part of the rezoning. So we hope to address those. But broadly speaking, the rezoning increases bulk and height on increases bulk on many lots while imposing height caps. And it also, in two very small select areas along 122nd and Amsterdam and the Tiemann Hill area, south of 125th Street, north of, call it LaSalle, between Broadway and Riverside, does have some downzoning elements in order to disincentivize redevelopment of the rent stabilized housing that is clustered in that corner of the district or the neighborhood. So that is the update. We're trying to get more housing. We're trying to get affordable housing. DCP has ideological opinions about this. They are not really looking at the data and the increased housing units that would result from our rezoning. And when asked, well, what would they support in our rezoning? They said, well, we would support just the upzoned lots, which is, of course, not going to happen, and will not do anything to address the all luxury developments that would result from piling up air rights. And if you have the option as a developer to build a super tall luxury tower or to build an affordable project, guess which one is going to be more financially remunerative? It's going to be the all luxury tower. So I'm going to bite my tongue and end it there. Are there questions?
Yeah. What
Can we use
what
the
happened?
raise hands feature?
What happened with 100th Street and Broadway with the two Extel buildings that the former deputy mayor of the city of New York, who I know, snuck in? And then we started the responsible development group with Mickey Flegel, who Robert Stern probably knows. And the bottom line is, didn't they do something about stopping those super talls on the basis of what they did at 100th Street and Broadway?
Well, the 100th Street and Broadway is located in Community Board 7's area, Community District 7, which was represented at the time by the incomparable Gail Brewer.
Right.
And Gail Brewer did push through a neighborhood rezoning of the Upper West Side, including Manhattan Valley, that did impose contextual rezoning. That did not go up north of 110th Street. That stopped at the borders of CB7. And so CB7 benefits from this type of rezoning already, although that rezoning was before the era of what is known as mandatory inclusionary housing, which is a tool in the zoning toolbox that was, to his credit, done during the administration of Bill de Blasio, that for the first time really allowed community boards to require that if you were going to build to the maximum bulk, that there be a minimum amount of affordable housing. Now, is affordable housing actually affordable to people in the neighborhood? No, depending on the band of AMI that is being used. And that's where things like city subsidies and federal subsidies come in, like low-income housing tax credits or ELA or HPD mix and match. Anyway, not to get too far into it, but that's the summary. We want what the Upper West Side has and what Hamilton Heights and Manhattanville has.
How do you feel about what they built on 109th and Amsterdam Avenue in my backyard when I lived on 109th Street, and they built that monster? They built a monster.
As the chair of Community Board 9, I make it a policy not to comment on what happens in other community districts unless invited to do so by their community board.
Oh, that was 109th Street in Amsterdam. That's 7?
That is, everything south of 110th
Oh, I
is either.
apologize.
Yeah,
I apologize. Well, I live on 115th Street since 1962, and I was the editor of Wisdom's Child magazine, which was the 70s. And I guess Robert Stern, again, is the only one here who remembers any of that, because I'm now almost 80 years old. So the deal is, in Morningside Heights, you're telling me that you want to take the Columbia Spectator building and the bank building there and build affordable housing there?
I am telling you that given that that building is owned by a private developer, I would like to prevent them from building a super tall luxury tower and instead make really their best option to build an affordable housing building. This, again, zoning is something that is permissive. It is not, I forget the other word besides permissive, but it does not require that things get built. It just delineates what is allowed to be built.
Understood.
I think Michael Iglesias has his hand up, who is a new member of CB9. Applaud him for staying on till 10.
Michael.
We don't always go this late.
Yeah.
Thank you, Barry. I appreciate it.
God bless.
Thank you. I mean, yes, this is a very pertinent issue. I'm currently a Columbia University student, and I'm in agreement. I don't think that development should be solely for luxury purposes, especially when rent around Morningside Heights is very high relative to even the Upper West Side. And I mean, what would be some of the ways that this rezoning would help to make it more affordable, and what kind of housing would that entail? Especially because, just going up vertically would be the easiest way, especially because Morningside Heights isn't especially a large geographic area. So how would you be able to widen these areas when a lot of the land has already been in use aside from Morningside Park? That would be my first question.
So I want to give some context here. Most of Morningside Heights currently has a zoning designation of R8, which is a fairly dense 1960s era zoning designation that says that you can build, now I'm getting my different R8s confused, but that you can build, I think it is, what's the FAR, like 6 times the square footage of the lot size as your building square footage. That's roughly the rule. Most of the district in our proposal is in fact rezoned to R9A, or a good chunk of it is. R9A actually has a higher FAR, which is at a minimum, assuming no MIH, excuse me, has an FAR, which is known as a floor area ratio of 7.5. And that just means that you can build square footage equal to 7.5 times the square footage of the total lot. Now, if there is mandatory inclusionary housing, or if the developer opts to do inclusionary housing, you can build up to 8.5 times the square footage of the lot. So I think that in particular applies to what are known as soft sites, which are things like 1- and 2-story retail spaces that do not have residential tenants currently, and thus do not really have protection from demolition in the same way that an inhabited building would. However, as we have seen with Jewish Theological Seminary and Union Theological Seminary, the traditional definition of soft sites misses many potential development sites in Morningside Heights, because institutions, many of those residential buildings are used as faculty housing or dorms.
Right.
It's very easy for Columbia to move their faculty or students out of a building, demolish it, and redevelop it. And so this rezoning is done with that in mind, not that you can mandate what actually gets built there to be housing for people who are not university affiliates. But, we've seen other institutions sell their real estate to private developers to be built as housing that is, 40 stories tall or whatever. I think to address the question about height limits, the maximum height of an R9 building is 125 feet, which is about 12 stories. So these are not, like 6-story height caps that we're putting in. These are fairly generous height caps. It is, in fact, I think, the second highest height cap in a contextual district that you can apply. And there is perhaps 1 or 2 lots that will get an R10A designation, which has an FAR of 12, which is the most FAR you can have in a residential building in the state of New York, at least in the city. And that would have a maximum height of 235 feet, which is about 23 stories. So again, we are not like downzoning the place. These are pretty generous height caps.
Okay, and then how did you guys come to the conclusion that you want to make it, or perhaps it's not conclusive yet, but the proposed plan for 25% of it being affordable rent? So why is it not, perhaps 50%?
Because zoning is a highly prescriptive set of tools. It is laid out in the city zoning text. And I've been tossing around terms like R9A and R8. These are categories that are defined by the city's zoning text. You could write your own zoning category or zoning designation, which is a lot more complicated, and those are called special districts. They have them in the theater district, they have them in Manhattanville, but we at the time did not want to take the expense and time and complexity to do a special district. We just used the existing tools. Anyway, besides that, when you upzone a lot by, the rule of thumb is about 20% of FAR, you trigger this de Blasio era tool called mandatory inclusionary housing. And that has a certain set of affordable housing options that a developer who uses the maximum density can choose from. And again, there are problems with that. I testified in person back before Zoom testimony in front of the City Planning Commission with CB9's objections to various portions of the mandatory inclusionary housing text amendment, because we thought it did not go deep enough on affordability and because we did not think it required enough units.
Right.
Our concerns were not taken into account, it passed as it was written, and this is the tool we now have in the toolbox today. However, the zoning is merely one tool to create affordable housing. There are other tools, including and especially subsidized financing from the Department of Housing Preservation and Development, which administers city, state, and federal housing incentives to create affordable housing, many of which the BRC project would be using, for the record. So it's a blunt tool, but it is one of the tools that we have, and it can be very powerful, and it can be used neighborhood-wide.
Great. And then I guess my last question would be, what would this racial equity impact statement entail? And would this just be the community at large, or would this just be exclusively Columbia University students or faculty?
Definitely not that.
Okay.
It is actually, this is the part I know the least about, because it is so very new. It was just required, I think, in 2021 for racial impact studies that would look at equitable development data. I don't know if Robert knows more about that, but it would examine at least, I think, the entire community district, not just Morningside Heights.
Yes, I mean, we would, I think the racial equity statement would be a very positive contribution to moving the plan forward. At least we're hearing this from the City Council Land Use and Planning Group, which would be responsible for this. And particularly because unlike a number of other neighborhoods where zoning has meant gentrification, we feel certainly at least in the southern portion of Morningside Heights, deemed a more affluent community, that the increase in affordable housing would increase diversity in our neighborhood. And right now, of course, diversity is weakening as we see just luxury housing going up everywhere. And of course, Columbia believing that it is building affordable housing, meaning affordable housing only for itself, for its faculty and students, and removing essentially housing stock from the neighborhood. So I know from speaking with the council group that the racial equity statement will be a positive contribution.
And it's worth noting that, as Tiffany raised in her questions to BRC, the way HPD subsidy programs work and affordable housing works is that affordable units get put on something called Housing Connect, which is a website that manages applications and lotteries for these affordable housing things. It's got a lot of problems. But part of that is 50% of the affordable units have a community preference where if there is an applicant who meets the criteria from the community district, then that applicant, beats out an applicant who does not come from the district. And given that the community district goes from 110th to 155th Streets and encompasses not just Morningside Heights, but also the relatively more Latino, Black, and Asian, well, Latino and Black neighborhoods of Hamilton Heights and Manhattanville, this would create housing opportunities for people living in West Harlem to live in affordable housing in a neighborhood that has what are considered to be better schooling opportunities, better access to transit, et cetera. So I hope that answered your questions.
Yeah, absolutely. And just to Robert's point, I completely agree that, it's increasingly becoming more unaffordable. And, Columbia is giving a great deal for like $2,500 for a studio. And I know many of classmates and friends that live in the area that are increasingly moving north towards, 124th, 125th as a result of the fact that those areas, as previously described, are becoming more and more unaffordable. But yeah, I mean, that's just really my question is how do you make sure that it's affordable? And for the rest, I'm assuming it would just be fair market value, but even then it's pretty high. So that's my last concern.
Yeah. Clayton, I see your hand next.
Yeah, I'll be quick. First, just quick thing. I'm a PhD student at Columbia. I live in graduate student housing at 125th. This is very relevant. And I'm happy that this would be trying to get more affordable housing, especially by the 110th and 125th stations. I guess I just have two very, very quick questions. One is like, which body is formally in charge of doing this rezoning, and like where are their meetings posted and things like that?
So and I would be remiss if I didn't explain this, Robert Stern and Laura Friedman, who are both here tonight, are on the board of the Morningside Heights Community Coalition. This was a coalition that formed upon the announcement of what became the Vanderwater building. That really, I think was born out of the frustration and the failure of the Department of City Planning to rezone Morningside Heights in the, I guess at that point, 25 years that we've been asking for it. So they held an enormous number of meetings. They still meet monthly. There's an upcoming meeting, I think, and you should get on their listserv. They also conducted a number of town halls and visioning sessions and charrettes to come up with not only a list of priorities and needs that people in the district thought were needed, but also really go through each block of the district and identify what opportunities they thought were there to create housing and what vulnerabilities were there that, might result in displacement. But you should definitely sign up for MHCC.
And I urge you all, if it hasn't been mentioned, that you can look up the Morningside Heights Planning Study, which is on the City Council website. If you just Google it, Morningside Heights Planning Study, it will come up. It will talk about MHCC, our efforts in the past to capture the aspirations of the community. It will have the reports that we produced in there, including the original soft site report, as well as the results and surveys, et cetera, from this, that contributed to the plan that actually Barry sort of came up at one point based on that and based on pencil and paper and maps with a block by block Google Earth view, which then the City Council land use group, working with them, said, okay, how can we make this an acceptable technical urban planning document? And we've tried to come as close as we can. But I urge you to look at that document as the most comprehensive thing that we do have.
Yeah,
Thank
I will,
you.
for the record, say that the plan changed greatly between what I drew up and what the city council. I mean, the good is not the enemy of the perfect here.
That's right. That's right. That's right.
So Neil, Mr. Hurwitz. Oh, sorry, Clayton, go ahead.
No, sorry, my bad. I thought you were done.
No, go ahead.
I guess the other question I wanted to ask was, I know that there's also a plan discussed in Mark Levine's Housing Manhattanites document that proposes some type of upzoning in Morningside Heights. And I was curious how that compares to the one under work by.
They're the same. So at the time, Borough President Gail Brewer and Councilmember Levine were very supportive of this effort. Councilmember Levine did a lot of work to get us as far as we are before he became Borough President. We were hoping to have it done before Speaker Johnson and Corey and Councilmember Levine, moved on from those roles. It did not happen. But, this plan is the one referenced in his Housing Manhattan plan. And it is a source of 1,060 of the units that he, has a goal of building. And I will say that Councilmember Abreu has remained in support. And in addition to MHCC, Community Board 9 and Community Board 7 have been very involved in this plan and developing it as well.
And we have made lots of presentations to various stakeholders who were influential in urban planning decisions, including Municipal Art Society, who has written a letter on their website endorsing the plan or telling Department of City Planning to move the plan forward. So,
Robert did a great job doing a roadshow to all of the influential institutions.
We still have more to do, and this was done jointly with the lead planner from the City Council Land Use Group.
Excellent. Thanks for the clarification.
Sure thing. And also applause for Clayton Sanford, who is also a new member of the board, who has stayed on till 10:20 p.m.
Right.
Mr. Hurwitz, you have another question, and then Ms. Feldman. Or is that a legacy hand?
Yeah, if Mr. Hurwitz wants to go first, I have no problem with that.
Mr. Hurwitz, you're muted, by the way.
Well, first of all, I'm very, very impressed with Barry. You're amazing. Thank you. Robert Stern and Laura, thank you. I live in 610 West 115th Street between Broadway and Riverside Drive. Next to me is Watson Hall. Columbia's plan is to tear down my building and the building next to it and to build something else. Whether they sell it or whether they build something else is another story. And don't forget, I'm in the book, A Time to Stir, about Columbia 68 when I was on the faculty. Columbia is operating very, very carefully because they don't want to piss everybody off again. And they did do Manhattanville, and Manhattanville's taking up all of their attention. But my question to you, I'm sorry?
And money.
Well, look at who's doing the money. I'm a professional fundraiser. I mean, the people doing the money up there are the billionaires, Mortimer Zuckerman and whatever. So, but my question to you is, and by the way, I helped build the AIA headquarters in New York. So I'm a Lewis Mumford guy. I don't like ugly buildings. But my question to you is, what happened with the Avalon on 110th and the other building built on St. John the Divine property? Did that have affordable housing in it, I believe? And is that working out?
I will refer that question about St. John the Developer to Laura Friedman.
Yes, that's what we call it, that church. Yes, they both have affordable housing in it. We have, and that was raised very, very recently at our last MHCC meeting, and we have to really follow up and see if what's going on with that. So we'll be glad to get back to you. That was a while ago. That was a fight that we did not win, but it doesn't stop us from continuing on. So unfortunately, it has minimal affordable housing in it.
I think 10%, maybe.
10% in each of them, and also it's affordable if you're pretty well off.
Ms. Feldman.
Hi, I just have a quick question. So I'm a little confused about this. Where are we in terms of the rezoning? Is it moving slowly? Is it something that, things still have to be voted on? Where is all of it right now in terms of status?
That is an excellent question. So I shared a bunch of links in the chat about ULURP, the Universal Land Use Review Process. I'm sorry, Uniform Land Use Review Process. It's getting late. We are in the pre-application phase, during which we are conducting the environmental assessment study, the EAS. We expect that the EAS will show that we do not need an environmental impact statement, which is a much more involved document. We will then file the environmental reports as well as the racial equity study. I actually don't know the term still, with the Department of City Planning, who will review it for its completeness and then make their recommendation to the City Planning Commission, who will then, once the DCP certifies that it is complete, then the community board has a set amount of time to review it, hold a public hearing, and vote whether or not to recommend that it be adopted. CB7 will also have the opportunity, because part of it is in their district. It will then go before, I think the borough president has the borough board, which will probably vote on a recommendation, but then it goes to the City Planning Commission, who actually has power here and can either vote to kill it or can vote to send it to the New York City Council. The council can then vote to modify it within what's been studied, or pass it as is, or vote it down. And then the mayor has the opportunity to sign it or veto it. And then it can go back to the council if vetoed for override. But that's kind of the lay of the land. We are pre-ULURP. We are not yet finished with our submission. The plan has been written. The environmental study is currently being done. And then we will have to do the racial equity report and then turn all of that into the Department of City Planning.
But let me add, this long time span from 2017 till now, and then maybe a year and a half from now is not normal. COVID intervened, and during COVID, as you know, everything shut down, but also funding was reallocated to emergency services for COVID. So we had to work to restore the funding, and then because of delay, procurement rules intervened, and there had to be an RFP had to be reissued with the same result, but it had to be done. And so we spent a lot of time on the bureaucracy dealing with that. And so that's why we are so delayed. But now we're moving forward at the pace we're supposed to be moving forward.
I will say I have been working on this rezoning since 2013 when I joined the community board. So yeah, Danny O'Donnell will tell you that they were working on it at CB9 when he was on the community board. So like this stuff goes back.
Yeah,
you
no,
have
I'm not
MHCC?
very familiar with, this, obviously I'm not an expert, so this is not a complaint at all. It's just more of curiosity, like in terms, it still sounds like we are ways away from it, but I was just curious. My other quick question is, because we live in a historical area and our building's been paying money, and my neighbor is on the on this conference call right now. He can probably explain it better than me, but we've been paying dues to the Historical Society to preserve, you know, our particular building. So if we rezoned it, what are the, I guess, ramifications, if there are, or, you know, what happens there?
That is such a good question. And aren't you lucky that part of the reason we are in a historic district as designated by the city, and your building is probably in it, is because of the hard work of Laura Friedman and Robert Stern and Harry Schwartz and others on the Morningside Heights Historic District Committee. So Laura, you want to answer that?
Wait, I'm switching hats. Okay, the Historic District Committee. I'm not sure what dues you're paying. I'd sure like to know, and I'd like to know to whom. We don't really charge dues, and I'm not sure where that fund is going. What building are you in, just out of curiosity?
Sure, it's 380 Riverside Drive, and I believe yes, he dropped out of the call. He could answer better, but
I'm here. It is 10:30.
oh, there you are. There you are. Go ahead,
Okay.
Don.
I just say quickly that in 2017, we finally historically districted Morningside Heights. And actually, the Landmarks Preservation Commission included going below 110th Street for that, because they wanted to hook up all of Riverside Drive from 72nd to 119th Street. And it was quite an accomplishment. And I live at 400. So, you know, I'm also in the district, and it's a wonderful accomplishment for the community. We fought for a long time to achieve that. That was 25 years in the making. But it finally happened to what we call the first phase. We're still working on getting the more northern parts of the district historically districted. And just as it pertains to this discussion, one of the things that the historic district did to protect this community from getting yet another tower was right next door to my building is the Maranime on 112th. And that was an SRO. And Columbia recently, and that's been empty for 20 years because there was a dispute between the owners, and they finally came to some reconciliation, and they decided to sell. They sold it to Columbia. And talk about, I heard the prior conversation about all those studio apartments. We're about to have 160 undergraduate students right next to us unless we can change things up. We are trying to get Columbia to admit to their responsibility to provide affordable housing in this community, not just for themselves. And so we have asked that it be a building that has graduate students and faculty housing, because those will be apartments, and that some of those apartments be allocated for affordable housing units, so that Columbia can recontribute to this neighborhood about all the housing stock that they've taken away from this neighborhood, from the community people. But I'm not sure about the issue of these dues.
Well, I know, I'm sorry,
her neighbor
Don
is on.
Robert. Yeah, Don Robert is on, and he can explain it better. So go on,
Yeah,
Don.
hi. It's not dues that we're paying. What it is that anytime somebody wants to change like a window in their apartment, it has to go through, you have to pay a fee for the Landmarks Commission to review anything that might be touching the exterior of a building. So we've been paying that for a while now. And it would just be a shame if we're paying that for no reason, if the neighborhood's going to be changing soon.
No, it cannot take away the district. The rezoning cannot take away the historic district, and your building will continue to be in there. That's something that the commission itself wanted very much, because the drive is beautiful, that sweep of the drive. That's why they make so many movies up here.
The
original New York.
The other thing I will add, for the benefit of people newer to the neighborhood, and Laura obliquely referenced it, is that starting in the 50s and 60s, Columbia began buying up rent-controlled, rent-stabilized, rent-regulated buildings. And at the time, when a building like that was bought by a nonprofit institution for its own use, like a hospital buying a building to house nurses, a university buying a building to house students, it could basically within a year or two evict everyone then currently living in the building, and then fill it up with students or faculty.
Except rent
Event-
control, except rent control.
Even rent control.
They could buy them,
Eventually,
they could buy them out, but they couldn't throw them out.
eventually, in the late 1960s or early 1970s, the law was amended so that they had to wait until the end of the tenancy. Either the person or family moved or more often died, and then they got the unit. And so Columbia has converted many buildings that were for everyday people into student housing and faculty housing over a number of decades, evicting a ton of them before that changed to the law. And there's a whole history there that you can learn about, but that's kind of what Laura was referencing.
But I'm sorry, I didn't finish my point on the building next door to us. Had we not been in a historic district going up that block of 112th Street, Columbia would absolutely have torn that building down and built a tower. It has a great footprint and it would have gone 35 to 40 stories. Well, they're doing 42 at 125th. They would have done another 42 right in the middle of our block. So the historic district was not only keeping the neighborhood beautiful and all the other things it's doing, it's also protecting us from more of that crazy overdevelopment.
Got it. No, thank you so much for explaining that. And I'm sorry, I just have one more follow-up question. In terms of the rezoning for our neighborhood, I guess it's between 109 up to 111th that there's the rezoning. The status of that, it's still like all moving at the pace, Barry, that you explained, correct?
Yes, and so for stuff south of 110th, that is the purview of CB7. For stuff north of 110th, that is the purview of CB9. But you know, those lots together are moving. They're currently having their environmental study being done.
Got it. Okay, thank you so much for your patience.
Thank you for your patience. It is 10:30 at night. Are there other questions about this? Can we move on?
Hoping we can move on.
Laura, is that a legacy hand?
Okay.
I just wanted to say thank you to the community board for all of the support you've given us and for helping us to, put out this proposal to the community. So just want to say thank you, thank you.
Not a problem. So per the agenda, unless anything else, Barry, moving forward. Per the agenda, I do want to ask if there's any new business to discuss. Nothing that's not on the agenda. And then I hope we can get through old business rather quickly. And if there's any important updates, we already talked about MHCC. I do have a quick update for HDFC. There's a forum coming up and I want to give the details. I think we're going to, in lieu of time, skip ahead to action items after I make that announcement, unless there's any important updates under any of these areas under old business.
I have an update.
Yes, Barry.
Sorry.
Okay. That's okay.
It is a short
Updates are
one,
good.
but it's a sweet one.
Yes, we like
so
sweet updates. We need it.
That J51 replacement that we didn't think was going to pass.
Yes.
They passed a version of it. It's not a great version of it, but it's better than nothing, which is what we had. So
It's the game we learn. We don't always get everything we want, but
it is Braunstein's bill, and it applies only to condos and co-ops. I believe it applies. Oh no. It does only apply to co-ops and condos, or maybe only. I don't know. I haven't read it yet, but it's limited to properties with assessed values of their units of under $45,000 a unit. An assessed value is very different from a market value. So it's more the Braunstein bill that we didn't like that we passed that reso about, but it is something which was not nothing.
Okay. Thank you, Barry. We talked NYCHA, we talked all these. So I do want to give everyone, so under HDFC here, there is a forum coming up. The newly formed HDFC Resource Center, which is under the WHDC, which is the West Harlem Development Corp. This is the money that has been funneled from Columbia for the Manhattanville Community Benefits Agreement, money from that funneled through WHDC, which has created an HDFC forum, a resource center. And they are brand new. They have been Vince what's his name? Vince Morgan has been working on gathering intel from various stakeholders of HDFCs and has been working on opening. It is officially open now. You can see at the WHDC building offices. But this is their first big forum. So please, if you're involved in HDFC, if you want to learn more about it, if you're interested in what's happening with the HDFCs, you need to be at this forum. It is next week on June 21st. Date's not on, that's weird. Okay, I'm going to put it on here. June 21st. There we go. So the initial work has been focused on developing a plan of action and potential allies within the important housing sector. So updates and links are found here. You can go to the WHDC website. Eventbrite registration link is here. I can put all this in the chat in just a moment. And then the event time, June 21st at 6:30 in person at the forum. There will be a YouTube live stream. And then these are the confirmed panelists and run of show, just so you all know who will be there on the panel, sharing their expertise, answering questions and such. The run of show, opening remarks, panel intro, discussion. They're focusing here on history, governance, policy, LL97 compliance, energy, conservation, and finances. So all very pertinent, important questions for HDFCs in our neighborhood. We have one of the largest groups of HDFCs in the city here in MCB9. So we have been very involved in the process of keeping our HDFCs safe as the last bastion of affordable low-income housing, affordable ownership. Are there any questions other that I might be able to answer? I don't know, because this is just the information I'm passing along. Please be there. Join. I'll put these in the link in the chat. Okay, so moving along, unless any final old business that we did not discuss, we will now go to action items. And we have two action items. Obviously the 1727 Reso, Amsterdam, and the text amendment for carbon neutrality. I just want to take another, per Jose's note here, yes, a quick note on, do we still have a quorum of our committee and who's here still voting? I've got Barry, Liz, you're still in, okay.
Yeah,
I'm here.
Ilana's
here. Annette's still on. I didn't see Juan. So I think we have quorum still, and we do have quorum.
Juan said he was here.
He did? I
He
don't see him
texted me
right now.
He might not be under his own name.
Oh, Juan, are you on? Pulmonaris? I don't hear anyone answering. Okay. All right, very good. I'm going to put the HDFC forum stuff in the chat. Barry, do you need me to share my screen with the reso on it, and we can all discuss what this is?
Nope, I've got
Hopefully. You got it? Okay.
it. Yeah. It's 11 pages, are we at?
Yes, don't worry, we won't have to read it all.
So this was circulated to everybody on the community board in a draft form Friday. A good chunk of it was passed at the Health and Environment Committee last week. It's a weird month. Yeah, last week was the first Tuesday. Okay, or first Monday. But so it goes through the history of the site and how we came to learn about it. Shout out to Andres. It goes through our expectations for city agencies when they redevelop things in our neighborhood. It goes through the details of the Hilltop Apartments proposal, 120 supportive housing studios, 80 affordable housing units, plus a unit for live-in superintendent, 159,000 square feet of residential space. At the time, it was only 17,000 square feet of space for Emma Bowen. It's subsequently increased to 21,000. The current structure at 1727 has approximately 59,000 square feet of space for healthcare facilities, although it is not very efficiently configured. We also know that there is a growing need for community-based mental health services to treat the sharp increase in mental health problems that emerged before and during the COVID-19 pandemic. Heritage Healthcare, which is the primary care service provider, will not be returning. We think that mental health services and primary care needs to be expanded in West Harlem. Community-based mental health services were intended as part of the deinstitutionalization movement of the 60s and 70s that closed down really awful state and private psychiatric institutions and hospitals where people were being abused and mistreated. And the idea was to return them to community and help them receive treatment in the community. And, you know, it addresses BRC's current operations, which are 75% homeless shelters and transitional housing, with a quarter comprising of supportive housing services. They do not operate in West Harlem currently. We would like retail ground floor space to provide eyes on the street activity, and to connect the important existing retail corridor along West 145th Street. The community has proposed an alternative plan that would upzone it to R8A from R7A. There's those zoning things again, which would allow for increased square footage, including 20,000 for ground floor commercial space, 40,000 of healthcare facility space, and then 237,000 square feet of residential space, which is 50% more residential square footage on the site. Ministers, we inquired on February 13th. We met with HPD and asked whether they could revise the project to include additional affordable housing. And HPD told us that they were trying to avoid ULURP. Oops. As it would require a longer time frame than an as-of-right project. As-of-right projects, for the record, are projects that can be built under the existing zoning requirements without having to seek a special zoning variance or permit, meaning you can, as long as you comply with the existing rules, you can build it. We maintain, however, that the proposal must also go through ULURP anyway, because it is a lease or disposition of land/real property owned by the City of New York, which would mean that there is no delay caused by the rezoning proposal. Section 197C of the New York City Charter regarding the Uniform Land Use Review process mandates that, except as otherwise provided in this charter, applications by any person or agency for changes, approvals, contracts, blah, 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 regarding the use, development, or improvement of real property subject to city regulations shall be pursued during a relevant to a uniform review procedure in the following categories. Category 10, sale, lease, other than the lease of office space, exchange, or other disposition of the real property of the city, including the sale or lease of land underwater. Okay, we don't need to go into underwater land. 1727 Amsterdam is owned by the City of New York while being managed and operated by HHC, thus making it the real property of the city, which would mean the proposed lease of 1727 Amsterdam by HHC to BRC is therefore a sale, lease, exchange, or other disposition of the real property of the city, regardless of whether or not the city is managing or operating the site. And whereas the decision in Campaign to Save Our Public Hospitals Queens Coalition versus Giuliani in 1997 declared that the subleasing of HHC facilities requires the application of ULURP and the approval of the council, and further declared that the sublease of CIH, which is Coney Island Hospital, which was an HHC facility, to a nonprofit third-party operator constituted an ultra vires act and violated the HHC Act. Findings that were upheld by the New York Court of Appeals, which is the highest court in New York State, on March 30th, 1999, in Council of the City of New York versus Giuliani, where the Court of Appeals ruled that HHC must continue to fulfill its statutory mission within the confines of its powers and purposes, as established by its enabling legislation. So there was a lawsuit. It was ruled that HHC had to go through ULURP when leasing its the things that it managed or operated if it was city-owned land. Whereas the proposed Hilltop Apartments project and its requisite lease to BRC has not gone through the ULURP as mandated by the New York City Charter, and whereas a title search for 1727 Amsterdam performed by Pro National Title Agency on December 12, 2022 confirmed that the owner is the City of New York, and whereas HHC knows that the city owns 1727 Amsterdam, having recorded in the minutes of its Thursday, April 24th, 2014 meeting of the HHC Board of Directors that Mr. Jeremy Berman, at the time and still Deputy Counsel in HHC's Office of Legal Affairs, stated, "This is a building which is owned by the City of New York and which was built in the early 1970s for the purposes of housing a DOH, which is a city Department of Health and Mental Hygiene, not an HHC, programs of a community-based healthcare provider." And whereas prior to the April 24th, 2014 minutes, HHC explained the history of the 1727 Amsterdam's Avenue's ownership control in a resolution that they passed on September 12th, 2013, stating that, it has 59,000 square feet plus a basement jointly constructed by corporation and city to serve as a primary care facility to be operated by the corporation, but the fiscal crisis put it on hold. The building, the city, not HHC, the city licensed approximately half to Washington Heights, West Harlem Inwood Mental Health Council, which later became Heritage Health and Emma Bowen, for the operation of Community Mental Health Center. Although the corporation had no program at the building, it was drawn into being its manager and administrator due to the original though aborted plans and intentions of the planners and building of the building, which aside is a fancy way of saying that they do not have any operating agreement for the building, unlike all of their other properties. And whereas since the late 1980s, the corporation has endeavored without success to withdraw from any role within the building, given its tangential relationship to the corporation, thereby leaving the corporation with the burden of operating the building through Harlem Hospital Center. Can we mute whoever's... Whereas on July 20th, 2022, Jeremy Berman, the Deputy Counsel at HHC, swore in an affidavit that H&H has jurisdiction over the property known as 1727 Amsterdam, which is owned by the City of New York. And in order to facilitate BRC's filings, the necessary application for building permits for the property of the City of Buildings authorized BRC to make such filings on behalf of HHC. So all of the above indicates that HHC may operate the building. They know it is the real property of the City of New York and a city site or a site where city-funded services are provided and which city capital funds have been used to construct and upgrade, which makes it subject to ULURP. They should have known this. They did know this. We definitely know this. And while we are not a law firm or law enforcement agency, Manhattan Community Board 9 believes that violating the New York City Charter, Section 197C, exposes the city, HHC, and BRC to lawsuits or other legal action, much as happened in the 1990s under Giuliani. We talk about how it's using public land and public financing to advance a project that does not maximize the public benefit because it does not build enough housing and reduces healthcare services. We talk about how we care about the built environment in ours. We think that it has an opportunity to present a beacon of architectural excellence. We'd like to be a jewel on a hill. We'd like to consider the lighting, facade design, plaza design, and visible artwork that should be culturally and historically appropriate. We want healthy environment and air. We also think it's really important to take input from the community. We need to balance population growth with essential services. It's important to provide housing for current and longtime residents. We appreciate the services existing there. The facilities above have demonstrated proficiency, stability, patient presence, and an array of expertise and resources, contributing significantly to the well-being of our community. We have raised these concerns, as well as the general public in West Harlem, about the lack of transparency and community involvement in the decision-making process for the redevelopment of 1727 Amsterdam Avenue. And there is a strong desire to reevaluate the current plan and engage in meaningful public discussion. Therefore, be it resolved that Manhattan Community Board 9 calls on HHC, HPD, and all the city agencies and relevant partners to cease the illegal circumvention of the Uniform Land Use Review process at 1727 Amsterdam Avenue and submit any proposed lease or other disposition of the site through the ULURP. And therefore be it further resolved that we call upon the administration of Mayor Eric Adams to abort this unnecessary and illegal redevelopment plan concocted by the administration of former Mayor Bill de Blasio, and instead support the plan put forth by the West Harlem community to generate 50% more housing at 1727 Amsterdam Avenue while expanding the mental health services at that site. We express our severe disquietude with regards to the legal risk to which HPD, HHC, and BRC are exposing the city by illegally circumventing the ULURP and thus inviting Article 78 proceedings or other legal challenges to the project. And we urge HDC to confirm that their financial plans for any bonds relating to the site account for additional time that ULURP may add to the project. This formally puts MCB9 on the record as supporting the community plan as an alternative. We want an active retail streetscape. We want more affordable housing, healthcare, mental health services, and we want an R8A, more housing, and partner with a local developer, refine blueprint, ensure adequate space, staffing, and equipment for facilities mentioned earlier. Community must participate in this process. We also urge HHC and the City Department of Health and Mental Hygiene to conduct a health needs assessment of Community District 9 to understand the needed amount of primary care services, mental health services, and other relevant services. Efforts to be made to balance population growth and availability of services. Conduct comprehensive environmental assessments to mitigate any potential air toxicity concerns, and therefore be it further resolved, the future decision-making processes regarding the redevelopment of community landmarks and facilities must prioritize transparency, public engagement, partnership with MCB9, and the inclusion of town hall meetings to gather input and address community concerns so that no further obviously inadequate and harmful proposals that underutilize public land and public subsidies while attempting to illegally avoid the uniform land use review process do not emerge into the public view by accident after 3 years of secretive planning that excluded the general community and Manhattan Community Board 9, the official city body designated to represent West Harlem. Are there questions?
Yes. That is possibly the longest we've ever had. It covers a lot. I know it's hard to absorb all at once.
The longest,
questions.
the longest meeting ever.
ZQA and MIH might have been longer, but maybe not. Daria.
Could be.
Hi, just really quickly, Barry, would you consider adding to the part where you're talking about suggestions, would you consider adding the request that the entrance be on 145th Street?
I think that's a friendly amendment. What does the rest of the committees think?
I accept it.
Yep, I'm okay with that.
Thank you.
At this point, why not?
This is really the first time we've ever heard you say anything close to remote.
I see Annette has her hand raised.
On a lighter note, Barry, I just want to say the word disquietude really got me. Okay.
I
My
did
brain
too.
is
I had
fried,
to
so
look
I
it up.
just had to say, but thank you for a lovely reso.
Beautifully written.
I
there.
felt the same. Yes, and we have to give kudos to the Health and Environment Committee who their thoughts together and voted on that as well last week. So this is a combination. This is a reso between Health and Environment and HLES. Is anybody from Health and Environment on and have? want to
Yes,
say
there are
anything?
there's several of us who are here. And
Yes.
I mentioned in a text.
Good job on
that-
your part.
I mentioned in a text that I thought Barry captured all of our comments so beautifully. It was just excellent the way he told the story. It's easy to read, and if everyone reads it, it's engrossing. You pay attention to every line. I just thank you, Barry, for how you pulled it all together for us.
Well, you wrote a good chunk of it, Laquita, so thank you.
Yep.
And with Edwin as well, and then getting the responses from our committee, had various phrases and comments too. So thank you. I think we, all work together really well.
Agreed. Mr. Hurwitz, and then Lois.
I saw that Mark Levine was up there in Inwood and they're building some kind of a really massive building. And, I mentioned that I follow Lewis Mumford a bit. Are you calling for a more massive building than 200 units? And also that 68% of studios is insane.
We do not want 68% of studios. We want a better mix of family-sized units to studios.
Right.
We are calling for a taller and larger building. This is city-owned land. It's a large lot on an intersection of an avenue and a wide crosstown street. These are the types of places that are supposed to be developed to a higher density. However, as I mentioned earlier, an R8A designation caps the height at 12 stories. So we're not like, 270 Convent is 10 stories. This is not out of character.
Okay, thanks.
Lois.
Yeah, only thing I want to bring up is the additional resources. We need to specify that if they put in supportive housing or shelter, that we need additional police resources to mitigate any problems that may arise. Protect the safety of the children.
So no one has ever proposed a homeless shelter on this site. Let me make that clear. Second, I do not think that we need to include specific references to police resources for supportive housing. This board has always been on the record, well, at least for many years now, has been on the record as as being in favor of additional supportive housing. People need permanent places to live. And the supportive housing providers, many of them that we do have in our neighborhoods, do a good job. I live by Broadway housing communities. Reverend Morgan Thomas worked for Goddard Riverside. I know Whizfish, I don't think they operate anything in our community, but they do to over in 7. Supportive housing started in Washington Heights and West Harlem, in the 70s and 80s. We were some of the first communities to have supportive housing. And it was better than a lot of the other options that were on the table. So I'm just going to leave that there.
Let me just add also that when people who need help have a place to live, they generally respond well and don't, they don't really require all of that, policing. I think it's a mischaracterization to suggest otherwise. So I appreciate what you just said, Barry. And the other thing is that I think we need to be careful about our communities being over policed as well. I think whoever we have there, whatever police programs there are, they just need to be handled, directed, managed. And there are all kinds of other ways that we can do, things we can do to resolve them. But the problems we have are not necessarily because of people needing supportive housing or the homeless, or it may suggest that if we do keep pushing this police thing and safety component.
Lois, one thing though that you do bring up that makes sense and that we are on the record as supporting anyway is increased availability and utility of the city's Behavioral Health Emergency Assistance Response Division, Be Heard, which is in a pilot form uptown, and it responds to people in having mental health crises who do not pose an immediate threat to respondents. It dispatches unarmed paramedics and folks trained in mental health responses and de-escalation. In fact, the Emma Bowen Center has a mental health clubhouse at their site that is frequently a resource that Be Heard connects people with to help, stabilize them and then strengthen their ability to thrive and not have these crises. And so there are problems with accessing that 911 dispatchers don't send it enough. There's we would like to see more of that in the community. So I think that might be a good thing to include when we talk about growth of the availability of services
I agree
as
on that.
opposed to police.
Yeah,
Right.
no, yeah,
agree.
that makes sense to
Yeah.
me. That's a more positive way, because in my chat, I did mention the concern about having enough resources. More people are coming into the community, so that means more things need to be available, not, to everyone who is in our neighborhood. So I one thing I thought about, and Heather alluded to it, proper cleanup. For example, sanitation is a quality of life issue besides some of the other things that were mentioned by residents. But that's one thing I just mentioned. I resources, and I don't know if we need to be more specific than that, but just being mindful that, resources are going to be needed to support more people.
Yep. And
Sorry,
that's in
Chair.
there. That's in
Okay.
there.
Thank you.
The Lyles.
Thanks. Well, just incredible amount of work. So kudos to everybody for just what is a just well-written document. Just incredible amount of work. I was wondering if it makes sense somewhere in the fact pattern where we do just talk about sort of the kind of the safety issues and actually just what's happening. So they're just, I think that it's hard to just really get a sense of some of that dynamics really on, Amsterdam 146, 147, unless it's really sort of spelled out. When we're talking about this fact pattern a little bit around how, the challenges here. So not necessarily prescriptive on how we solve it, but just really painting this picture in a way that gets people's attention.
I'm trying to figure out how to do that and where, I think that I would quite frankly prefer to just keep it to what it is now, which is we focus on the history of the site, we focus on the missed opportunity for healthcare services and housing units. And, quite frankly, I think that there is a good deal of, I think this board, like everyone else in the city, including the mayor, we want to see more housing wherever we can. And that's why we're trying to do rezoning that creates more housing. That's why we have engaged in discussions with, everyone from a homeless shelter developer to supportive housing developers to literally every developer about, well, what could you do with more density? Could you give us more housing? Could it be more affordable? Could it be more deeply affordable? Could there be more affordable units? I acknowledge the very real situation on Amsterdam and 145th, 6th, 7th, that whole corridor. And really in some ways stretching down to 143rd, that have been the site of a lot of shootings, in addition to the daily issues with, public drug consumption, drug dealing, public urination and defecation, you name it. And I will acknowledge, by the way, there is, if not a methadone clinic, a buprenorphine-based opioid treatment program at 145th Street between Broadway and Amsterdam. You had, up until very recently, the two hot sheet hotels on the corner of 145th Street in Amsterdam across the street from this. You have existing supportive housing units on Amsterdam and 142nd, 1st, which ironically are getting downsized as a result of this project, because they're moving some of the primary care there.
Barry,
and,
might I
sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
I was just saying, might I suggest, I don't know if this reso is where we make that point. I'm wondering if it's another reso that is with uniform services and some other places that are really zoning in on what those issues are on that block.
That's actually a great idea, and this fits into Daria's proposal for a quality of life task force.
It would be
And so-
stronger rather than this huge document, right?
Yeah, and this is very land use and housing focused. So let's
Yeah.
engage, and Daria, and I don't know if you want to exchange information with So, Mr. Lau, remind me of your first name.
Ernie.
Ernie, because you're on the board of
Right.
WHDC, right?
No, I had to step down. I'm just too busy, but yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Got it.
Yeah. All right, I know. Anyway, I knew you from somewhere other than this,
Yeah,
but,
yeah.
yeah, I think if you can connect with Daria, who lives on that block, we could have a more productive and tailored resolution, specific to those issues and, the daily things that you deal with on that block.
Yeah, I think it deserves its own resolution.
Excellent point, Signy. Where are the participants? Heather.
Yeah, and again, my issue speaks in part to quality of life issues, but I feel strongly about having something in here about it being a non-smoking building, but if it is a non-smoking building, they need to have a place on their site where people smoke instead of the smoking coming down the street. So I don't know where you mentioned the word toxicity or something like that. It's, and it should, most new buildings should be non-smoking, but the traffic will continue down the street, and a lot of people with those types of addictions have other types of addictions. So just, and then the whole quality of life is part of the, I guess, how to be a good neighbor training that I think that they should receive as part of the services that are provided in that building. Some people don't realize that it's not proper to defecate or urinate on your neighbor's properties or sit on the stoops.
I think then we're kind of getting into Daria and Ernie Lyle's reso. But I did add the line here about non-smoking buildings, discrete and dedicated outdoor spaces for smoking that do not push smokers to adjacent properties. And then I also added it in a therefore be it resolved clause somewhere.
Okay, thank you.
Can we please call this vote?
Member Robinson has called the question.
Seconded.
Second. Oh, sorry, I'm not on your committee. I feel like it after 5 hours, though.
So it's all good. Welcome to the team.
This would be my last as chair.
So we hear a call to vote on the floor.
So move to accept the resolution. Oh, wait a minute, I'm not on the committee either.
I'll move to.
We had a first.
You've got a motion. I think we just need to call the
We
roll.
already have a motion. Yeah, so we just need to call the roll. All right, I can do that. So
That was moved. Hold on. For the record, that was
yeah.
moved by Annette, seconded by Signy, just for Clayton's sake.
Clayton, you're still on, right? You trooper, Clayton. Yeah, he's got a thumbs up. Okay, he make sure you get that. Yeah. All right, so now we are going to call the roll. Here's how it works. We're going to start with committee members, HLES committee members. Then we're going to go to public members on the line. And then we're going to go to the community at large. We want you all to be registered into our minutes. We want to track that in our minutes, make sure that you are on the record. So we're going to start with committee members, and I'm going to start with Barry. How do you vote?
Aye.
All right. And Liz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ilana, how do you vote?
Yes.
Annette, how do you vote?
Yes.
All right. Did I miss anyone that's here other than myself, which I'll do in 1 second? Myself, I vote yes. And now we go on to public. Yes, Barry.
Is Juan Colmenares? I don't know. I'm just asking.
Yeah, Juan, are you on the line? Okay. Now we go
Then do you
any
go to general
public
board members who are present?
We can certainly do that. I apologize because Laquita, your committee is right at sponsoring this. I completely went out of order there. You're right. So going on to our health and environment, which co-wrote this. Laquita, how do you vote?
Aye.
Is Edwin here tonight? No, right?
No, Heather and Monique.
Okay. Yeah, so let's go to, yep, let's go to the rest of our community board members. Heather, Jason, how do you vote?
Abstain.
Okay. Monique, how do you vote?
I want to vote aye, but question for clarification. Since I also sit on the community board for Harlem Hospital, am I able to vote?
Does she have a
You
conflict?
are able to vote because you have no financial interest in the outcome of this resolution, unless you do, in which case, please disclose that.
No, I do not. So with that said, then aye.
All right. Walter, how do you vote?
Affirmative.
Very good. I have someone else. Oh, Daria, how do you vote?
Aye.
And then
Very
Clayton
good.
Sanford and Michael J. Iglesias are also board members.
Oh, and
Perfect. Our newest
Clotilde.
board.
Yeah, yes.
Oh, yes. Oh my gosh, so many people have stayed to the bitter end. So our newest board members, we welcome your vote. Clayton Sanford.
I abstain.
Very good. Clotilda, is that how you say it?
Yes, it is. I vote yes.
Wonderful. Wonderful, wonderful. And we have still, was it Michael that we still have on? Yes,
Yep.
Michael, how do you vote?
Yes.
Very good. Am I missing any community board members? Like official board members? We go to public members. Do we have any public members on? I see Anita. Anita, are you there?
I'm here.
And how do you vote?
Yes.
Very good. Olga, I see Olga. Are you on, Olga? Can you unmute? And how do you vote? Olga, are you there?
Maybe she fell asleep. I would not blame
She
her
wouldn't
at
be
all.
alone.
Yeah.
Nope, she would not be alone. All right, very good. I think that's all the official public members. Am I correct? Do we have any others?
We could unofficially take David and Tiffany.
I was thinking the same thing as just previous board members and hopefully public members in the future. I'd like to take David's vote because he's been in this with us from the very start. David, how do you vote?
I'm voting yes. Yes, I'll vote yes.
Okay. And then certainly
I abstain.
not least, last but not least, you abstain. Tiffany abstains. Very good, Tiffany. Okay, and so with that, now we would like to put on record the community's vote in general. And all I would like to do is have those that are in favor say aye, you'll say it at once, and then those not in favor say nay all at once. I'll call for that on each way. So those of the community in favor of this resolution, please say aye now.
Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? If any abstentions? Or other? Very good, the ayes have it in total. I did not count how many abstains, but Clayton, I certainly hope got that. Do you need any help, Clayton, or did you get it all?
I think I have it all. I'm gonna do a quick check of the participants just to make sure I got all the CB members really.
Okay. If you want to send it to me real quick, Clayton, or on the chat, I can just double check that you got it all. Okay, thank you ever so much, everyone. Yeah. Such a journey, so thank you very much. We'll see where this goes. The next steps is we send this resolution out to parties that are addressed in this and await responses.
The next step is to vote on it Thursday.
Oh, that's right. Sorry. We're just in committee, aren't we? Lest we forget, we are only in committee. Oh, my
I
lord.
think I may have missed
Okay.
Laquita because I think he voted yes as well.
Who?
Yeah, Laquita voted aye.
Yeah.
Okay.
Very good. So with that, we'd like to shift
Can I just
to
ask a
the
question?
text amendments. Oh, yes.
Yeah, can I ask you? Does this preclude
Yeah, sure.
BRC being involved?
No,
Good. So I'm very impressed since I've been working with Project Renewal for many years and not happy with them a lot of the time. I don't know if BRC's as strong as it looks like Muzi is, but I think it would be great if Muzi becomes an advocate with you in what you're trying to do.
noted. We do have another action item though,
Yeah.
which is about a whole 116-page long city frickin' text amendment.
Oh, God.
It is not necessarily for everyone to be here. Committee members, please, if you can, stick on with us.
And I'm gonna, Signy, I have a proposal.
Yes.
I would like
Please.
to shamelessly plagiarize CB7.
Okay.
It's so shameless, I'm leaving the letterhead on while I share my screen. So this is what CB7 passed. For background, we heard presentations on this from the Department of City Planning last month. We'll fix that. That way it won't be a pure plagiarization. Local Law 97 was passed several years ago. We've got to cut our carbon emissions significantly. The mayor, as part of his City of Yes, which has 3 prongs, carbon neutrality, economic opportunity, and housing opportunity, has proposed that first prong, carbon neutrality, to make it easier to cover roofs with solar panels, to allow solar canopies over parking lots, to allow the use of renewable energy in all zoning districts, to allow battery-based energy storage units in all districts if pre-approved by the FDNY, although residential districts would require certain special permits as outlined there. Create simplified procedure and height limit flexibility to expedite onshore wind installations, exempt from the FAR, the zoning floor area, or I guess just floor area, up to 8 inches of exterior insulation as required by building code, allow rooftop installation of heat pumps. This seemed wrong to me. I don't think you have 55-foot high heat pumps. We should fix that. And allow off-street charging stations as of right in commercial and manufacturing, limited in residential. 20% of garage parking spaces shared with the public for vehicle charging or car sharing. Streamline car sharing and car rental rules. That also does not seem like a zoning thing. Let me highlight that. Update parking rules and allow for bicycle parking, reduce stormwater and organic waste, allow porous paving of sidewalks, allow high performance tree beds, and simplify process of applying for rooftop gardens, allow small scale composting facilities in residential districts, larger in manufacturing, 5% FAR bonus for buildings which exceed certain thresholds for heat retention by 20% and 10% for all exterior surfaces. And then we would, pop in a 9 where they have a 7. So in general, these are changes to the zoning code that allow property owners to take more efforts to reduce greenhouse gas emissions that currently would be blocked by zoning regulations that did not really envision these technologies or the need to have them. Are there any questions about this? Did anybody read the 116-page text amendment? I sent it out.
I'm sure he did. I've had a little on my mind. I do apologize.
I plead for mercy, please.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm digging through Giuliani era law judgments, so I also did not finish it. We should probably skim it again before Thursday and change any of the highlighted things as needed.
We do have Jose on the line, who I know is intimately involved in this process, if we have any questions. And actually, I would like to know, Anita, you were on, did you go to that other meeting? I think you emailed us.
Yes,
If she's still on. Yeah.
I'm on.
Did you, yeah. There was the hearing tonight. Did you go to that?
Yes.
Yes. How was it? Did you have any takeaway?
Wasn't that
hang
on economic opportunity?
It was.
Oh, yeah, let's
It
not
was
get into
on
that.
commercial zoning.
Okay.
Yeah, different leg of City of Yes.
Oh, sorry, you're right.
It was on economic opportunity and zoning for commercial.
Yeah.
Okay,
That'll be coming before us shortly in September,
Yeah.
probably.
Okay.
They said October.
Never mind, Anita.
You still get points, imaginary
Yeah, you
points.
get major points, but this is about the carbon neutrality. So
I guess it's not plagiarism if you cite CB7. Does anyone have any questions, comments, debate?
I have this feeling we're going to have to temporarily say yes with amendments.
Yeah, okay, so we're gonna rework this before it comes over Thursday. At the least, we'll take off their header. But can we vote that we generally support the carbon amendments?
Y'all do unanimous consent over here.
Member Daria has put forth unanimous consent, which for new members means that if there are no nays or abstention, well, if there are no nays, we could vote without calling the roll. So please.
Yeah, that's a really
You would
important.
want to make it known now.
That's a really important thing to know. So member Hardeman has requested unanimous consent. I will second that request.
Daria, I owe you
Very
a
good.
drink, girl.
I'm gonna take you up on that.
After
But
you
with
get
that
sleep.
said, with that said, does anybody say no to this? What we're asking is we will be putting this forward to Thursday with a yes with an amendments. Any nays? Any abstains? And that's a possibility that will not stop us from still doing unanimous consent. Okay, so unanimous consent passes with amendments to be reviewed before Thursday. Please, committee members, take a look.
Yeah.
Thank you, Barry. Thank you, Barry, for the blatant plagiarism.
Very.
I know you never did it in college, but
Sorry, can you guys hear me?
yes, Jose.
Mr. Trucios.
Hey, how are you guys? I just wanted to say the official vote is for July 3rd on this one. We were informed that the commission is not going to be taking this until I believe the first week of September. We're encouraging boards to submit their comments as soon as possible because we don't have further confirmation that the review period has been extended. But I'll follow up with you if that's the case. In case you want to revise your resolutions, add more comments, those will be accepted all the way up to September. But given that boards usually don't meet in July or August, doesn't give that much time. There's some boards that meet in August.
Imagine, I am so over this.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, sorry.
Not talking to us, I take it. Or maybe you are.
That's how fried my brain is. I'm sorry.
Oh, my Lord.
I'm right there with you, Annette. I'm right there with you.
We're all there.
So
But I appreciate it, and I'll see you on Thursday. In case there are any questions, I think I am free. Yes, I should be. So I'll be in general board meeting just in case to clarify.
Yeah, we did have the presentation last month. They answered a lot of
We
questions.
did.
Hey, wait a minute, they
It
never answered the
did.
questions they said they'd come back and answer.
That is
Oh.
another point.
Oh.
So we do
my
have
gosh.
a document, and actually I was just emailing our intergovernmental affairs division, because a lot of the questions, not so much for particularly Community Board 9, because I believe we answered most of them and we have listed all of them in a sheet that we're going to distribute to all community boards, but we wanted to do as a Upper Manhattan kind of like, full list of questions. So we do have a lot of questions from Community Board 11 and 10. And a lot of the answers are pretty much just, this is not relevant to the text amendment. And, it's not particularly something we want to say to the community. We want to, have a closer look to what we can answer or where we can direct to the community board. So we're going to take a harder look tomorrow with our, outreach team and see what we can edit. So I'm hoping to send that document to you guys by tomorrow afternoon. But I will say too, we didn't get the list of questions from you. So I got the questions from the
Wait a
chat.
minute.
I know I asked questions.
Your colleague said that she was writing down our questions.
Yes, I know
And
I asked questions.
One of the questions that I remember was a question about mechanical void type issues, like where, you have a space for mechanicals and then people started abusing that and doing like 40-foot tall mechanical spaces just to elevate the height of the building. I forget why that tied into the text amendment, but it did.
I know,
promise
because
you.
I was in Community Board 1 yesterday and the same question came out, and it has come out in a bunch of other boards in terms of the green roof allowances for the greenhouses on top of the roof. So essentially the answer to that is, since we're not limiting the, it won't be limited, it won't be allowing for more height of the building. So the building heights are not gonna be, increase to the maximum. So say they want to take advantage of that, greenhouse allowance that I believe is 25 feet or so. I don't know the calculations per, exactly, but it's not something on the mechanical bulkhead where it doesn't count towards the actual height of the building. In this case, the limit will be limited to the height of the building regardless. That's the answer we gave yesterday to Community Board 1. And I believe that is in the document. So I'll double check before I send it out, but I'm pretty sure it is.
Yeah, send us that document if you can.
I'm hoping for tomorrow. I mean, we have been working on this for 3 weeks, but it takes a lot. As you know, there's a lot of questions, a lot of 59 community boards, and there's a very few people who are working on this who are like really experts, and we're trying to get those.
And they all hold you till 11:30 p.m. I'm sure.
I'm the only one here. Audrey is in another community board, and we also got economic opportunity. So, we're trying to do our best, but we understand that we want to answer most of these questions because it seems like it's definitely necessary, but it's also could be unintended consequences that we are not being aware of. And, a lot of community boards have raised great points that are giving some changes or clarifications to the text. So we're actually, taking this very seriously, and I'm very happy to see that. All right. That's all from me, guys, and thank you. So I'll see you soon. And I did say I was gonna be here for at least 4 hours when I saw the agenda, but it was a little more than that.
Well, we're grateful that you stayed. Good on you.
Yes.
Take care, guys.
Impressive.
Bye-bye.
Okay. All right. So, does anyone know what that brings us to?
Annette, will you do the honors?
Call to adjourn.
I second that.
Yes, hallelujah.
And this is officially our last meeting of the season. We're always busy. We're always working over the summer, and we'll give updates as needed on various projects. However, I want to say, have a wonderful break for summer. All right. You all deserve it. We all deserve it. Please know that we're going to keep in touch on important issues, but have a wonderful summer. Enjoy time with your family and friends. All right. please, and give yourself some self-care this summer, okay? I just want everybody to know that we care for you as human beings and people, and we come to the table tackling hard issues in our neighborhood, but that's what brings us closer together. So thank you, everyone. And I say we are adjourned.
Good
All
night.
Final
Good
comments?
night. Thank you all. Have a great summer.
11:30 p.m. adjournment.
Good night.
Bye, everybody.
To the
Good
new
job,
members, I
everyone.
swear
thank you,
this is
Clayton.
not
Still
how
the
this
same
goes.
day.
This
Yes,
is not,
we normally
this is
do
not
not go
normal.
till 11:30.
Oh, my Lord.
Clayton, you can send me the notes. Thank you.
If I tell you where I'm coming
Minutes.
from, you won't even believe it. I
Oh
traveled
my gosh.
Paris. I landed today
Oh
You
my
did
God, from where?
not.
from Paris. So it was like
From
2 o'clock. So
Paris?
it's like
Oh,
4 a.m.
hours
there,
ahead.
4:30. Oh
I-
my God.
I am the kindestly given one here because it's 8:30 here for me.
Wow. Thank you for.
Wait a minute.
So
Who's-
sorry to share that.
Who's recording this?
That's a good
Still
question.
recording.
It's being recorded. Is it me who's recording?
That's a good question, Barry.
Or
Well, I'm gonna end it for everybody.
You want me to
hope.
stay on or?
I just want to make sure it's not being recorded to somebody's hard drive and we don't know it.
Barry, I think
Oh.
you're the one recording. There's like a little cloud thing with a dot in the chat by your name and not
Okay.
by name.
Good, because I saw that
Ah.
over Liz. All right. Good night, everybody. You all
Oh,
are
I do
rock
see it
stars.
there.
Summer.
Save
For,
the chat, everyone. Save the chat so we can go
I'm
through the
impressed by
notes.
you all.
all right. Good night, folks.
Thank you.